Hello, hello, hello. This feels weird because it's a different day. It's a Tuesday, which, like, for VOD viewers, like, they don't care. It's gonna probably come out on a Thursday or Friday. But it's a Tuesday. And the reason why we're doing a stream on a Tuesday, I was making a plan of, like, hey, I want to start streaming on Wednesdays. Maybe. Because I think it's just would be fun. Yeah, I had the idea, like, last week, and then last week came, and last week I didn't do any streams. So then I felt very guilty and was like, well, to make it up, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I will be streaming. I'm also still trying to figure out schedulings to things, because I am exhausted. My best guess is just so much was happening, or is happening, that my brain just shut off. And I've just been, I don't know how to describe it, but just like sleeping, not really able to do anything, not really having any energy. But I'm working through it, trying my best. So, we need to finish all of Alice Reverie. We just gotta do the endings for all the characters. I plan on re-going over Lulu's ending because I know I was exhausted when that happened. So I need to redo that. But in that, I don't think I have much else to talk about. I need to make videos, I know that. But and I'll try my best. But for now, let's just get into it. It's been quite a while since I heard this. I'm gonna turn it down, hold on. Come on. It's been quite a bit since I heard the music, and it's so weird. Like, I recognize it, and obviously I know it, but it just, my brain's like, what? That's fine. I had a thought, and then the thought went away. I'm gonna try my best to stay awake. I've been sleeping so much. But I wanted to stream, so here I am. With a giant shark plush in my lap. Anyway, first thing. For continuity, I need to redo her ending. I feel bad that you I'm fine. I just feel bad that you feel obligated around the house. You're a guest. You shouldn't have to go out of your way. Honestly, it's fine. I'm used to helping out around the house. I know, but Lulu sighs. I don't want you to force yourself to do anything you don't have to do. I've always been the one to take care of the house. It feels better if I do things myself. Are you sure you don't want me to do anything for you while I'm here? She shakes her head. I'm happy just to provide a roof over your head. There's nothing you have to do in return. Nothing? Nothing? Lounging around with nothing particular to do is, pretty sure this is supposed to be, is going to bore me out of my mind. Without another word, I take off the apron around my neck and hang it up on the wall. Well, even though you don't want me to help around this house, I've at least made you dinner this once. I put the plate in front of Lulu. It's nothing special, but I hope you like it. Thank you. I'll make sure you don't have to cook another meal for as long as you stay here. You can go ahead and sleep if you want. I'll be quiet. If you're sure. Good night. Once I make my way over to the couch, I waste no time curling underneath the blanket and close my eyes. There's no way I can stay here and do nothing until the day I leave. I feel bad about making Lulu have to take care of 4 people all by herself. Tomorrow, I'll tell her I'm leaving so she doesn't have to worry about me anymore. And that was the ending. Okay. So now... I did stupid thing. I can just do this. Load. So, Lulu. Okay. The ending we have to get for Lulu, officially, if I can find my thing, is... Lesson learned. 4 to 5 points. Okay. I can do that. And my trusty notebook. So I can keep track. I'm just gonna, like, I don't really have much commentary because I'm just vibing. 1. Oh. That was not what I meant to hit. 1. 2. 'I love the late music coming in when I'm skipping through everything. 3. 4. And then I'll do 1 more. Okay. So, I'm going to put a save on the next, like, option thing so that we can more easily access. I didn't think about that last time, mostly because I was tired. But let's put a save here. And so now we need to do neutral options. Where are we? Why do you do all the work? Okay. I just have a stomach. Yes, the dumbassery of Alice gets to be fully played out within these bad endings. It's a backstory. Right, I have to. Boop. Do I have to say no thank you? Most likely I have to say no thank you. No thank you. Yep. Okay. I don't want to dance with you. No thank you. After Morgana finished her speech, everyone had clapped. She makes way off. Da-da. Morgana gives us the key. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I hold up my hands and Morgana drops the key into them. I can go home and see my sisters. This is what you've been waiting for. I'm so happy for you. All you have to do is now put the key in the transfer room door and it should take you home. Please take Lulu with you. I'll need you to return the key. Blah, blah, blah. Of course, Your Majesty. With excitement on my steps, Lulu and I head to the transfer room. Even though we're traveling through the forest at night, we seem to find it without trouble. We're here. Home. Here I come. Thanks for coming here with me, Lulu. No problem. Lulu avoids eye contact with me. I'm gonna miss you. She pulls me into a tight hug. I'm gonna miss cooking for you. But why? I'm just a bother anyway. She should be glad she'll have one less mouth to feed. I should probably get going. Lulu releases me from the hug. I turn around and unlock the door. Once I turn the key in, the door opens on its own, a bright light emanating from it. Goodbye, Lulu. Goodbye, Alice. I step into the door and I get whisked away. Before I know it, I'm walking up on the street. Oh my gosh, Alice, are you okay? My sisters hold out their hands to me and I grab onto them to get up. You scared us, suddenly running off and falling over. I brush off the skirt of my dress and inspect myself for any injuries. I'm okay though. Good, because we still need to finish grocery shopping. And figure out who's making dinner. Come on, I thought we already went over this. The three of us continue shopping and I get to hear the banter between my sisters again. I'll do it. Lorraine and Edith both stop walking and turn to me in shock. You want to cook? You never want to cook, Alice. I know, but I've had some time to practice recently. They stare at me reluctantly, but make no comment. After this, I begin to try to cook all the meals for me and my sisters. They were shocked at first, but soon began to beg me to cook for them. Now I understand how Lulu felt all the time. Honestly, it's one thing that makes me still feel like she's in my life. Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I recall memories of her. Game over. Oh. And now. I believe it's 6 to the next ending. Yep. 6. And then I'll go. So, this is my plan, because I'm tired. I'm going to get all the endings. And I'm going to do bad ending to good ending. And then I'm going to do all the bonus afterwards. Because that feels smarter to do. And just a bit easier. So I believe 6. So we have 5, 6, no, stomach, Alice dumbassery. We gotta do these again. Hack. Dope, and the model is freaking out. I'm sorry. My leg has decided that it is full of needles. It fell asleep. So I'm trying to move it so it isn't. That should be one of my goals, honestly. Is get a new chair. Because while I like this chair, and I like the fuzziness, truly, it is difficult to push in and out. And sort of difficult to sit in. Okay, I'll be fine. No! My shark! My shark fell! Come back! I have 3 sharks. I have a squish ball shark, I have Knot, and I have Astro, and then a stuffed fox. Wait, let's do this quickly. Oh. Oh, did I? Okay. Well. Oh. Oh, that changed. Okay, hold on. No, thank you. Oh? Okay. I wanted to be the one to ask her, so I failed. I don't deserve to dance with Lulu. Lulu looks a little disappointed. However, I have a question for you. She looks up at me. Would you like to dance with me? You're so silly. Of course I will. I'm glad you see it as silliness, Lulu. Lulu leads me to the dance floor. We intertwine our hands and begin to dance. Da-da. I do too, the crush. And then, thank you, Your Majesty. I can go home and see my sisters again, but I don't want to leave. Are you sure? This is what you've been waiting for. Isn't this what you've been waiting for? Oh yeah, she stays in Wonderland. It used to be what I wanted, but my perspective has changed. Plus, in the real world, I could never be myself. Here in Wonderland, I don't have to hide who I truly am. Besides, I don't want to leave Lulu behind. Well, in that case, I will keep the key. After all, it's none of my business if you stay or leave Wonderland. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Morgana walks away. Let's go home, Lulu. Lulu nods and takes my hand. You're doing a great job, Skylar. Lulu and I stand in the kitchen with Reese and Skylar. Lulu decided it was time the two learned how to cook for themselves. It's about time those two learned so Lulu can relax a little more. Lulu walks over to check on Reese. Let's see how you're doing, Reese. Oh, you don't have to check on mine! Reese is covering her food with her hands. What is she doing now? Lulu moves Reese's hands out of the way, discovers she burnt her food horribly. Oh no. Reese, what happened? She burnt her food, obviously. I swear I looked away for only a moment. That's how it gets you. And then poof, it was burnt. Are you sure it was only for a minute? Because I counted more like 5 minutes. You're not helping, Skylar. Skylar! Well, I bet your food doesn't even taste good. You want to find out? Skylar reaches for the food on their plate. No food fights in the kitchen, please. They both stop and look at me. Reese, don't let it get you down. Why don't you try again? Reese seems to cheer up a little more and begins to grab ingredients again. Skylar begins to shovel their food into their mouth. As everyone is distracted, Lulu and I sneak in a kiss. I just love this girl so much. Lulu lets out a small giggle as their lips part. Aww. I don't remember, do we get a bonus scene for it? No. Now, I believe there's all the endings. Yes. So, bonus scenes. So, trying to remember. Compliments the chef. Backstory. Okay, I'm just gonna do all of them. Lulu, you're the best. I don't know why you're going all out this time, but thank you so much. Oh, stop it. I just wanted to test out some new recipe. Oh, wait, we did do this. Oh, no, wait. I didn't do all of them, though. Because it was... Yeah, okay. Sour taste. Alice places a plate of salad in front of me. Thank you. I'm so hungry. I quickly shovel a forkful of food into my mouth and begin to chew slowly. Huh? So what do you think? It tastes great. It doesn't, but I don't want to tell Alice that. I don't understand how someone can mess up a salad so bad. The veggies taste dry, and is that a little bit of dirt I taste? Has she never had a salad before? I'm glad you like it. I smile at her. Yep, that's definitely dirt. Guess she doesn't know how to wash the vegetables before using them. Alice, you dumbass. Damn. Is this canonical? Or is this just like one of the bad endings? That's my question, is like, is this canonical for every route, or is this just the bad ending? Because if it's just bad ending, this makes sense. If it's not just the bad ending, and this happens in every route, poor Lulu. I just wish I didn't have to lie to her about how her salad tastes. Oh god. This is such a sweet gesture too, so I'd hate to hurt her feelings. Poor thing. I'm going to have to teach her some cooking rules soon. I like it so much, I think you should help me cook. Aw, Lulu, of course I'll help you. Lulu's like, yes, yeah, totally. Help me. Good, I need to teach you how to cook properly. Her look of just utter distaste. Together again, never. I walk behind Reese and Skylar as 3 of us make our way home together. Hold it together. I can't have them finding out just how upset I am right now. I don't want to stress them out by being a bother. Reese is skipping excitedly, talking all about how much she enjoyed the party. Skylar is trying not to fall asleep. I can tell because they keep stumbling ever so often. I hope they don't fall over. I don't know if I could catch them right now. We reach the house very quickly and I stand outside trying to control myself. Are you okay? I look at Reese and give her a large fake smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Come on, let's go inside. She nods her head and swings the door open. Once inside, I watch as Reese and Skylar head directly for their own rooms. I close the door behind me and slide down the door as I let out sobs. I sure hope I'm not crying too loudly, but I can't control it. I just miss her already. I'll never find someone like her again. Lulu, no! Addition to the family. As I walk home, I notice a blonde girl in a blue dress heading in my direction. Who's that? I've never seen her around before. Excuse me. I wonder what she wants. She looks a little confused. I hope she's okay. Oh, hello there. Can I help you? Yes, you can. Did you happen to see someone named Wendy pass by? She looking for Wendy? She did come by frantically earlier. I wonder if this girl's the reason why. Actually, looking at her closer, isn't that one of Reese's dresses? I did. She told me she was going to stop to talk with Reese, who just so happens to live in my house. I can take you there if you'd like. I'd like that. Thank you so much. I'm Alice, by the way. Alice. That's a very cute name. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Lulu. So, why are you trying to find Wendy? Well, you see, I'd seen Wendy while shopping with my sisters. She begins to tell me the series of events that she'd been through. I see, the poor thing is completely lost. Oh no, you poor thing, that must have hurt. I can check your head if you want. Thank you for the offer, but maybe later. Right now, I just need to talk to Wendy. I completely understand. We'll be on our way then. She's probably lost, hurt, and confused. I'd feel guilty if I just left her behind. I can't really help myself, can I? And I believe it's check. Yep, all of them. I'm trying to remember who's next. It's Skylar and then Reese, right? Yeah. So, actually, should probably just. Oh, it is Skylar. Okay. Alice does have brain damage. Yeah. She has a lot of brain damage. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you're back proper now, because the beginning of this was me attempting to hype myself up the best way I could, because I was like still very tired, but I'm feeling better now, so I have more energy now. Okay, so we have 0 to 1 points. Okay, for Skylar's first ending. See you in my dreams. The bug's still kicking it? No, I'm completely, like, cured of that, thankfully. Like, the cough is gone. I'm not sneezing anymore. It's great. I just don't have any energy, and I've been sleeping a lot. It's like depression levels of not being able to leave my bed. Literally, I was telling my sister about it, and she was like, "You've been taking your pills, right?" I was like, "Yeah." I I just don't know why I'm feeling this bad. I came up with the conclusion that maybe it's just so much going on in my life right now that my brain has just hit a wall and just kind of shut down. It's like, okay, that's enough world for now. Okay. Skylar. Witch. Okay. And make sure you have non-zero days. It should be fine. Yeah. I'll be fine. I'll deal with it the best way I can. I think my best option is just deal with some of the stuff and deal with the stress of it. Because I think there's just stressful things. Stressful things out of my control, mostly. That's caused it. I'll be fine. And I'm slowly getting back to being able to do things, as I have 4 streams planned for this week. So, I'd hope I'm doing better. I'm a little worried because my mom and I are supposed to be going out. Usually we go out the second Wednesday of a month. But then Mom was like, oh yeah, hey, we won't do... Exactly. There's like 3 things currently that's just so stressful that I have no control over whatsoever. Like, one's the doctor, another's my phone, but I can't really do anything with that. And then freaking the last is just, well, what are you gonna do with this? I don't know. It affects me, but I can't do anything about it, so it's just a, well. I planned to make a video about it, like, after it happened, but then I just ended up falling asleep so quickly. But I did get an x-ray done of my hand that I hurt, because it's still kind of swollen. Not as bad as it was when it first got hurt, but it was a little concerning. My hand was looking like the Grinch for a bit there. Very green and purple. But we went to make sure that it wasn't broken, because that's what Mom was worried about, because it was still swollen. She was like, is it broken? Are you in pain? I was like, no. Like, unless I touch it, it doesn't hurt. We should still get it checked out. So we went and got it checked out, and so I have the news, my hand is not broken. I'll be fine. I just have to take ibuprofen to help the swelling go down. It was very interesting because I am very, I don't know how to say this, skinny? It's not really skinny, it's I don't know. Anyway, on my hand, I can see my veins. Like, I can see blue lines of where my veins are. On one of my hands currently, because the other was swollen so badly, you couldn't see the veins at all. It was just a very interesting thing to figure out, and was like, oh, well then. However, no, it's fine. It'll just needs time to heal. It's only green and purple because of bruising. Lovely, lovely bruise. It's weird. Like, I hit it straight on, and yet I have just like one tiny part that's like a sliver. It looks like a bite mark. And it's not even the place where I impacted it. It's the confusing part. But it's just there. There are things that the hand made me remember the Discord. I need to respond to people. I've been like telling myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna respond to the thing, I swear I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it soon, and then I just did not at all. Cause like, it should not be that hard to simply be like, hey, this is what the schedule currently looks like. I'll get back to you when I can. But I just cannot. Yeah. Human body is just the most interesting of things. I had a thought, and now my thought is gone. Well. Nope. I was like, maybe the thought will return. The thought did not return. The thought, in fact, ran away. Oh. Yeah. It was interesting. In the few times... Oh! I have a couple interesting things that happened that I kind of forgot about, but I remembered now. In my kind of sleep haze, I was listening to a bunch of stuff, and I happened to, like, have just YouTube on, so I had autoplay on. It was just going through different things. And I watch a lot of horror because I'm a big horror fan. And one of the horror went down a rabbit hole, and it came across this creator that I'm like, you know, if I do another react stream, I want to react to this guy because his content's like really good. He's like a video essay type person, but mostly on horror, if you couldn't tell. But also his avatar, which I don't know if he drew or if someone else drew, but it's like a monster and it's like really cool looking. But looking at it, my first thought was like the way his avatar looks is how I fell in love with horror in the first place. Because I fell in love with horror as a genre because of the way monsters were depicted. The Wendigo was one of my first, like, hey, this is a monster, this is what it looks like, this is its reasonings for being this way, was sort of my introduction to things like that. And the Wendigo's design of like a deer head but long, thin, almost branch-like body with large teeth is exactly what I loved. It was like, I want to hold its hand, it's so cool. Which made me laugh when I realized that. So that was a cool thing to figure out, but also see. I'm watching a lot of his content now due to it. What was the other thing? The other thing was... yeah. Horror is so interesting to me. Part of me is like, maybe you got into horror because it was an escape. No. But yeah, I get that. I think I was just neglected so much as a child that, whatever I liked was just certainly written off as, yep. Not many people knew what I liked. But no, when I was a kid, even before, creepy things didn't creep me out at all. Mundane things creeped me out. Harry Potter. When I was young, my grandmother tried to read the books to me, and she got to book 3, and I would not let her continue. And when I was told this, I was like, the Harry Potter books? Like, what? And they were like, yeah, you were scared. And I was like, I was scared? Why was I scared? Well, it got to the part of the dragon, and it took a while to realize that, no, it wasn't because the dragon was scary. It was because the protagonist was gonna kill the dragon. And I didn't want the dragon to die. If I can't hear about the protagonist killing the dragon, it doesn't happen. So I've always had this affinity towards... I believe affinity is the right word. Just... monsters. Yeah, me for real. God. Mom's trying to teach me between what credit cards and debit cards are, and I'm just here like, why? Why do these exist? Why are they so complicated? Why? Why must I suffer? But yeah, no, serial killers, fascinating. Alleged horrors, living dead, monsters of all types. I think, you know, one thing that's interesting? Iron Lung got really big, right? And everyone was like, oh yeah, it's so scary. It's da 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 da. And for me, I was always like, not really. It seems really boring. And not in a bad way. It just seemed boring because you're mostly in the ship the entire time. You only get a glimpse of the monster once. And then near the end. Like, it's there. And that's where the horror comes in. That's what made people, like, see it as horror. Is the feeling of being watched. Meanwhile, I was over here like, fuck the feeling of being watched, that's not scary. I want to see the monster. It was very funny to realize my thought processes and see others understand something that I'm over here like, huh? Too. Yeah, monsters are awesome. Monsters are great. I mean, it makes sense. I dressed up as monsters for Halloween for quite a while. I think I had very few normal costumes. I was a bride when I was really young. But that was it. Then a fairy at one point, but that was because my family didn't have a lot of money, and they were like, you get an option. You can be a butterfly or a fairy. I chose butterfly, but then the butterfly wings apparently weren't butterfly enough because my friend went up to me and was like, oh, so you're a fairy too? And I was like, yep, that's what I am now. Because I forgot what I was supposed to be. But other than that, monsters. Huh. Interesting. And fair, too. I think what was so weird to me was how many people were jumping on being like, oh yeah, it's terrifying, it's so scary. But never... I don't know how to explain it. But never explaining what made it scary in a way, you know? Like, okay, it's scary. Can you tell me how it's scary? Because I was genuinely curious, like, how? Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I think it would make a good movie. And I feel like that's the thing with Iron Lung, I think. Is less people were actually... I don't doubt that people were scared of it, but I feel like some people weren't being scared of it because the game itself was scary, or what was surrounding it was scary as through the video game, but more because Markiplier made it. If that makes sense. The more people were jumping on it because of Markiplier than actually looking at what it was. I'm like really into the like headspace of breaking down like horror games, because that's what the video essayist who has the monster icon was doing. It was funny because I ended up watching a video with a collab with him and his friend, and they ended up watching Hello Neighbor, the show. Which, did you know that Hello Neighbor has a show that they tried to pitch, but no network would pick it up, which kind of fair. So they just made it by themselves, and it was funny watching them, and like my reaction and their reaction was, holy shit, how is this somehow good? Why is this good? This should not be good. This came from Hello Neighbor. Yeah, that's exactly it. The idea is bigger than the actual game. Yeah, a show exists. We should watch it. It's on YouTube. Hopefully. Hopefully they won't copyright. But yeah, apparently there's a whole show, and the show is actually good for some reason, and like a lot better than you think it would be. Granted, all three of us went into this with no expectations at all. It's Hello Neighbor, man. The games went downhill, okay? But somehow it was genuinely good. And I think it's that some ideas and some IPs in this case are better in certain medias than others. Mediums. It's a good word too. Like, a Wendigo movie would not work. Simply for what the Wendigo is and what its legend behind it is. A movie would just not really be good. Yeah, exactly. That's why. Yes, the beta, I feel like that's the universal thing, is Hello Neighbor's beta was way better than its final release. Or Game 2. Or any of the other really mediums that came out. One thing I will sort of praise them for, like, I don't really want to praise them for it because honestly it's not that hard, but I will admit that Hello Neighbor's Secret, the one with the multiplayer, was not as bad, but it did get boring after a while. There were no updates and stuff to it, and the microtransactions really sucked. But it was a good idea. I'll give them that. Makes no sense lore-wise, but but yeah, as a show, it somehow does well, which makes some sense versus a game. You tried out of 10. Yeah, kind of. But yeah, Hello Neighbor, definitely should watch that. Or yeah, come to our own conclusions, I guess. I'm gonna say something else. I think another thing that did well for the show is that it's actually self-aware. One of the jokes in it. Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's released by Tiny Build, so there you go. But one of the jokes in it is like, yeah, the neighbor they're running away from the neighbor, and the girl's like, "What are you doing? Get in the house now!" And the guy's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. He never chases me past the property line." And the neighbor is just standing there, staring at them angrily, before he turns around and walks back inside. He's like, "Yeah, see?" And it's like actually funny for some reason. It's like, well, damn. I know, right? It's like, how? Your games are, your beta was amazing, but your actual game sucked. How is your show good? It should not be good. I will say, don't watch the pilot. Apparently the pilot sucked. But everything past the pilot was better. So yeah, interesting things. Was this working? Oh, it is. But yeah, I've just been watching a lot of horror games analysis and things. And some things like were better in theory and stuff. Yeah, kind of. Technically it's just the pilot. They have an actual first episode that introduces everything a lot better. But yeah, their pilot sucked, which makes sense why no show network was like, "Hey, let us pick it up." But also, there's some things in it that a show network, because it's a kids show. Loosely a kids show. But the network, if a network had picked it up, you wouldn't have gotten some of the iconic scenes that is in it. Because it just censors things. There is death in this kids show. There are like several on-screen deaths, which damn well a kids show network would not have that. It'd be like, death? No. And it's actually pretty good. Surprisingly. It was very funny. There was many existential crisis during the video I was watching, because they were just like, "Are we Hello Neighbor fans now? I can't be a Hello Neighbor fan, man." It's pretty bold. It was, and I applaud them for it, because it actually like works and is nice. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of that. What was the other one I watched that I was just like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting"? I don't know. But I know the person that I watch is like not that cynical. They like to see the good, and even in things that like games that are not good. One of the jokes they made while reacting to it was like, "Damn. Hi, Bass. I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to do better." But one of the things that they praised was like, "Damn, Hello Neighbor has blood in it before security breached us." And I was like, "God damn, you didn't need to do FNAF like that." But actually going back to like the concept being better than the game, or not being better but bigger than the actual game, I feel like FNAF is kind of like that too, where the concept, the first game itself was okay for its time, but then slowly afterwards it definitely has become a problem of, I don't know how to explain it. Like, they're not bad, but they're not good either. They're just existing, and that lore. FNAF is that one fandom where, it's like, "Oh, I should reference the things if I'm going to make my own universe." And it's like, no, don't. I assure you, whatever you make is probably gonna be fine. Don't try to understand it. I once tried to. I gave up after some point. At some point, it lost me. It might have been after the first two games aren't actually like the true events of what happened. They're just from a like, what was it, game developer's idea or something? And I was like, what the hell? So I gave up. Still funny to see what the different theories are though. Oh yeah, none. There is none. And I get like not having lore because given Scott, okay, the creator of FNAF, he had other games before FNAF. The thing is, FNAF was sort of a last-ditch effort to get into game design, and when FNAF blew up, you know, Scott didn't know what to do. Oh yeah, and the movie made me laugh because the movie is like, oh yeah. I was like, what? From my very little knowledge of the lore that I do have, I was like, that, what? Because the movie very much made its own universe, okay? It took elements of the original lore, but definitely made its own reboot, own universe with it. Ugh, that was obvious when they're like, yes, this is Vanessa. Oh, Vanessa's a security guard. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if we're gonna see Vanny. So, Vanessa is... yeah. Yeah, so Vanessa is an Afton now? What? I'm so happy for I am too, for Matt Pat. And also his retirement. Man deserves to take a break. And now he's showing up everywhere. Swear. I think one of the funniest things is I happened to come across an article and they were asking him questions about him because they were like, funny if Matt Pat was in post credits. It's just a theory. It would have been funny. It would have been so funny if the entire movie ended with, but that's just a theory. Oh. Would have pissed everyone off, but funny nonetheless. But yeah, his yeah, I figured you meant his cameo role, but I didn't want to talk about his retirement. Like, not really talk about his retirement, but talk about, like, the funniness of seeing him everywhere after his retirement, doing a whole bunch of things. But then there was an article from this thing, and they clearly didn't know who this man was. Alright? Because the questions are the most generic, you know, what's your favorite color? Like, type questions, okay? And clearly the only reason they were interviewing him is because internet sensation type of thing, right? But it was so funny because one of them brought up his cameo, okay? And they're like, yeah, we heard you had a cameo role in the FNAF movie. And he was like, yeah, I did. Yeah. And they're like, would you ever think about pursuing acting? And he was like, no, I don't think acting is for me. And I was like, oh wow, they really know nothing about him, do they? Because, like, I've watched Matt Pat for a long time. I don't think I was one of the first, but I did know that he started off, he tried acting. Like, that is the backbone of the entire game theory happened because acting wasn't working out and he needed an escape for a bit. And thus, game theory was born. So acting has always been there, and he's talked about his time acting. So it's so funny to hear him say, like, yeah, no, acting's just not something, you know, I've never thought about acting before. I was like, goddamn, Matt. It was very funny, very funny. And also I did watch the Sticks video because I just found it so funny of Matt looking at Stephanie and being like, I swear, she's been acting so suspicious. Stephanie, are you working with the channel sticks? Really though, it is very funny. But Stephanie's just like, no, you're too paranoid. And then just seeing Sticks be like, shit, he's onto us. I was like, oh my god, he was right. Because I was just like, he's overthinking. Only an actor would say that. True. But yeah, I'm happy for Matt. I'm happy he's done a lot, and many people remember him in various ways. Anyway. But yeah. Anyway, back to the topic before this of FNAF having no lore. Yeah, Scott very much had no idea what to do with FNAF, and many people say like, oh, if I was in his position, I would have done this, and I think, for me, if I made a game that suddenly got really big, and I made a second game, and I tried to keep the lore consistent, and then the fourth game, and I tried to keep the lore consistent, by or third, and then fourth, I think I'd cut it off at some point. I think that's, like, the biggest thing, is Scott never cut it off, or was like, hey, maybe it's time to stop making games. There's so many FNAF games, official FNAF games, that is the reason why the lore is so confusing. At some point, even if your lore has some plot points or, like, plot holes, if you cut it off at the right time, it can still be consistent enough. Like, a good example, season 3 of Stranger Things is really where it starts to be obvious. Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts is another one of those of like, at some point you gotta cut it off. And I believe, I don't know, is Final Fantasy kind of the same? Carol, if you do things for multiple times, you'll burn out or hate it. True. Yeah, it makes sense he retired. It does. And I kind of like figured it was happening. That retirement would be in the cards for him because of Ollie. Because it's obvious how much he cares for Ollie, and obviously he'd want to be with his son more. And if it changes the cast setting. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy like changes it, so it's good. So its lore isn't as confusing as Kingdom Hearts and FNAF of who did what now? But yeah, at some point you gotta cut it off, man. What was I gonna say? I don't know. No, my leg fell asleep again. It's only confusing if you take the crossover. Yeah, and usually you don't take crossover seriously. That is one thing if like I'm going into something and there's like I'm trying to find out the lore, I will never take in crossover seriously. Who's your favorite Disney character or movie? That's hard because I have like several Disney movies I actually like. Cause oh boy. Yep. One, don't take crossover elements as canon. Crossovers will always be non-canon to me. My favorite Disney movie is Beauty and the Beast, which is kind of basic, but I have a reason. It was one of the first Disney movies I had ever seen, and I watched it on VHS. My favorite character is Tiana, and Charlotte. Most of the characters from Princess and the Frog are kind of my favorite. But Beauty and the Beast is my favorite movie, and then followed up by Princess and the Frog. I feel like it's interesting, like, that Belle isn't my favorite, because, like, book nerd who likes reading, who kind of doesn't like talking to other people, isolates herself, but also headstrong. Ooh. That's cool. I need to watch Black Cauldron and Atlantis. Those are two on my list that I want to watch, but I don't know if I should save it for a Discord watch party or not. Yep, it did. I remember the little Tinkerbell that would fly on the Fast DVD. Yeah, I was there. VHS definitely did, of coming soon to theaters, and then the trailer. Yeah, I remember this. But Belle is amazing. Black Cauldron is the most badass, most model villain in Disney history. Ooh, I believe that. I feel old. So did I. When there were people who were like, yeah, why would you use a VHS? And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what a VHS is? You know those TVs that the teacher would roll in and you knew it was movie day? What do you mean you don't know that? It was a very interesting experience. I know there was a Disney ride, or not really a ride, it was more of like a walking tour in, I don't remember, but it wasn't America or Europe, it was somewhere else, but in one of the Disneyland parks, it was under Cinderella's castle, and it was all the villains, essentially. Yeah, it's very interesting because my mom keeps like trying to make herself feel old, if that makes sense, because she keeps coming to me, tells me about this thing, and is like, you young kids wouldn't even understand. Like, she came over to me recently, it was something about like, kids your age don't even know how to read an analog clock these days. And I was just there like, Mom, most kids my age. Yes, the villain tour. I watched like a video about it. It looked so cool. It sucked that it's like no longer around, because that just seems awesome. I would have loved to gone to it. I love Disney villains, honestly. They're so cool. But yeah, I was like, Mom, kids my age know how to read an analog clock. We learned it in 1st grade. She's like, well, meh. It's like, Mom, people still wear watches. Seriously? I mean, I can't read an analog clock, but that's because I have troubles with numbers, Mom. Tarzan and Fate, Hunchback of Notre Dame both have good soundtrack during moments, for sure. Soundtrack, peak. Like, visuals, peak. Damn. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. They took it down because it scared the shit out of children. I don't know why that's funny to me. But yeah, that makes sense, unfortunately. Oh, but it looked so cool. And yeah, Bass is definitely based for that. There's like none of the newer ones, cause fuck the newer ones. But the older Disney movies were really good. They were incredible. I heard one of Disney's like female animators, one of the very few who like genuinely, she was an animator for them for quite a while. She left. And Walt Disney was like, "Hey, you know, why you want to leave?" She was like, "You know, I'm getting married. Just want to retire." And Walt was like, "All right, well, best of luck to you." And she went off to be a sculptor. She made incredible work. I was like, "Damn, good for her. Good for her." But yeah, the older Disney movies were better. Way better. It is super cool. I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but it was super cool that she just, you know, went off living her life. And honestly makes sense, because there's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, certain people get into creative fields that they think they'll do really good in. Let's use like drawing for an example. And let's say they've drawn with a pencil, like colored pencils their entire lives, and then somebody says, "Hey, have you ever tried painting?" And they're like, "Well, no, I haven't. I prefer to color and draw with my pencil." "But have you tried it?" "No." "Then how do you know that's what you prefer?" "Fine, I'll try painting." And then they just paint the most like gorgeous thing, and they're like, "Yeah, no, I like this better." Like, things like that happen, so it makes sense to me, because sometimes you get into certain creative fields and you realize, no, this isn't exactly what I want to do. And you find it. You might find it later on. You might just stick with whatever you started with. And same thing with science too. More engineering and stuff. Some people go in to be a certain engineer and end up doing something else. I've always been in the opinion that science and creativity have always gone hand in hand. Certain things require creativity, certain things require science. And whichever you prefer is just your preference. There's no right or wrong answer, I guess, is the moral of the story. Lesson, whatever you want to call it. Because I think, like, I wanted to be, for the longest time, a writer. Because everyone around me kept telling me, "You're good with words." Which is funny. "You're really good with words. You know, you could write a book. You're so good with words. I'm gonna read a book by you one day." And I just couldn't actually write a book. And in trying to figure out, like, okay, well, maybe writing isn't what I want to do, I learned, yeah, it's not. I want to be a game designer. I want to design games and stories based through games. Less write a book. So it's funny. It is funny. Well, I like. How to wield. Ooh. Yeah. Practice sometimes doesn't make perfect, and sometimes it's better to try something else. It's not a bad thing. We all have, like, strengths and weaknesses. My weakness is I can't do a straight line. Please, Dino. Can I have more reading material? But that is pretty cool. Yeah, maybe I was debating it. I mean, it's not really I didn't want to, it's just that I'm not like 100% sure if it's as good as it could have been. Okay, fine. I'll finish Alto first. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing. I've made a game. An interactive fiction game that I'm like, maybe I should play it on stream one day for fun. Like, I don't really want critiques or anything on it because like I know it's not that good. I made it purely because it started off as a project for class that my mom did, and then I transferred it into a game and made it and fleshed it out more. But it's not perfect, but I kind of like it at the same time. So I would love to go over it just to kind of show like, yeah, this is sort of the type of thing I want to do. It's not it's a text based game, so I can't do assets or anything. I tried to make a visual novel with Renpei, but Renpei doesn't like me for some reason. But I am reading Alto. I've read quite a bit of it. The only problem is like every time I'm trying to read it, I end up clicking out of it purely because my phone's like, let me glitch. Machine spirit is notoriously fickle. Yeah, for sure. There's like on Steam, there's the RPG makers, you know, that are like, oh, you can design a game with it. And I'm like, I've looked into them and I'm like, some of them are clear like, oh, nope. But others are like, why are you $30? They're so expensive. So I've never had a chance to like try out anything with them. So I've mostly stuck to text-based games for the time. I know like the first game I wanted to make with actual assets to them, I wanted to make it with like a character of mine. And I wanted to be like, because the character is like, they're a god. So you'd be talking to them and essentially it'd be like, you died, you're dead. But you get to ask questions to this being and they will answer it. And I wanted to have different sprites for different reactions and different talking points type of thing. That was my goal for my first ever start game. I'd make it free to play because honestly I don't think I'd have anyone pay for that. Yeah. It's mostly to like test out certain writing styles because conversion trees at the very least. Exactly, that's it. Yeah. And like figure out different ways. The first game that I made that I might play, it has several endings. That is the entire goal of the game, is that there are like to get every ending. And I had a lot of fun with it. There are some scenes in there that I adore. I adore how they're written. There are others that like I was getting burnt out near the end of the project. So some of it is a little rushed. But I was pretty happy with it nonetheless. Anyway, speaking of games and visual novels and endings. Where are we? It's a great question. Hold on. Okay, so Skylar. We have to do their endings. Oh right, we're playing something. Yeah! Every time! Welcome to my channel. Conversation first, game second. Okay, 1 point. Okay. And so I'll just do. At least we can still talk while I'm like skipping through everything. That's my one. 6 minutes of talk. Yep. Several minutes of talk. And then we can save here. That way we can easily go back to it. What was I gonna say? I forgot. That's par for the course with me, honestly. Anyway, we need to not. We have to lie about it, right? Yep. Skylar's better off not hearing it. I'll just tell them something else. Well, Morgana and I talked for a bit. Oh, this should be good. Actually, she wanted to know where I was living and stuff. Morgana may be the Prince of the Hearts. Sky's the Prince of Yapping. For real, though. My bad. Honestly, I feel like I should make a short video that like on my channel's advertised or on Twitch. Can you like advertise a video on Twitch that just is simply want a streamer that will interact with you a lot and talk and keep conversation with you? Well, here you go. 'Cause apparently I refuse to not answer. Living and stuff, perfect. Talking with Sky, the game show. What do you win? Nothing. Alice seemed a perfect well. Morgana doesn't have enough humanity to ask that. Let me skip through. Yeah, the culture shock, different compared to where I live. Get used to this place. What, a streamer keeps forgetting what's on the screen? Yeah. Want a streamer who will forget where they are? Oh, this is gonna be so fun and so interesting with Blooming Panic. Cause that's next. That's hopefully won't be long to do. After all the endings of Alice will be Blooming Panic, in which Hot Boys. I originally, I had recorded a bunch of, videos for Blooming Panic. Besides the quest videos, I had done some of Night Owls. But I was like, might as well do it on stream, since it was only, one video of Night Owl. So, I was like, might as well. Might as well do it on stream. I think one thing that, I love Blooming Panic. But I kind of like it. I like Alice Reverie's, ability to skip a lot more than Blooming Panic's. Because Blooming Panic, it is so hard to skip past things. You just have to let it go. You're not allowed to skip. You're like, this is so annoying. I just wanted to talk about that. I'll probably talk about it more on the actual Blooming Panic videos. But anyway, we're gonna watch Alice be dumb and walk into the forest. Or no. True. Yeah. And for Blooming Panic, I kind of understand why, in the sense of because it has text. It's more of you can't skip through the text, because the whole game is on a server, right? Discord. So the Discord messages you can't skip. It feels like speedrun. It kind of is. We're speedrunning to get all the endings. Which, hold on. Okay. I was like, did I fuck up somewhere? I did not. we will soon watch Alice be a dumbass in this speedrun. It really is speedrunning Alice being dumb in this case. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, there we go. Okay. Here we go. Now Alice is gonna be a dumbass. As exhausted as I was, I couldn't get myself to go to sleep. I've been in Wonderland 3 days. Ah yes, my favorite category. Useless lesbian percent. Ah yes, let the flawed stereotypes commence. I love both of you essentially said the same thing. Oh, great. Oh, Alice. But yeah, it, definitely. It's the useless lesbian. It's because the bad endings, like, take sort of, not the longest, but most, like, going through stuff. Anyway, we've reached point 1 of where Alice is like, oh, there must be another way to leave, despite the, literal queen telling her, hey, this is the only way to come and go through. And the person that, brought her here saying, hey, this is the only way to come and come through. And we have. Even if I can't find my way back, I'll just return here. Time to get going. Alice walking through the woods of Wonderland. Guess I'll keep going. I could have sworn the door wasn't this far away. It feels like I've been walking here forever. Every direction looks the same as the others, because it's the woods. Oh, well, no use giving up now. Okay, I think it's safe to say I'm officially lost now. I just can't find that door. I probably shouldn't have done this during the night. She's slightly self-aware. Hopefully I can find a way out of the forest. Something doesn't feel right. Oh, this is the only path between our worlds. But this sign can't stop it because I can't read. For real. That is Alice in this, first ending, bad ending. This is her the entire time. I sit down on the ground, worried I'll hurt myself if I keep walking in this state. It's only when I put a hand towards my face that I finally noticed. And she's disappearing. Which, this is, an actually good shot. I won't lie. It is pretty creepy and, tension-filled. But it's also just, you did this to yourself, Alice. Your dumbassery is what has caused this. Oh. I watch as my body slowly fades, and I hear Morgana's words from 3 days ago. Please go and try to establish a connection with Wonderland. Nothing could possibly go wrong, I swear. This is how you know she's a city girl. Oh, my microphone. Oh no. That was almost really bad. Anyway. But yeah, it is a really cool shot. Dallas just, yep. The only person I feel bad for most is the love interest during this ending. Because the poor love interest. That was a really nice, solid sleep. Skylar, good morning. I see you finally decided to wake up today. Reese, where is everybody? Well, you see, Lulu has gone out. I believe she's looking for something? I just can't seem to remember what. She was in quite a hurry. Ran out the door without even making breakfast. Can you believe that? Looking for something? I stayed here in hopes she would return soon, but she's been gone much longer than I anticipated. Really, Lulu? You're gonna starve us. Funny story, while heading out to a camping spot, we almost hit deer. Set up Bambi. Ooh! My sister has hit several deers. By accident. Oh! Funny story. kind of like, okay, context. My mom's side of the family is El Salvadorian, so the language they primarily speak is Spanish. And however, I don't know how to explain this, but anyway, my aunt and my uncle, see, my uncle called my grandmother, who only speaks Spanish, she does not understand any English, and was telling her that he hit something with his car, and he was panicking about it. And my grandmother looked to my aunt and was like, okay, so your brother, he hit a deer with, no, he didn't hit a deer, he hit a squirrel with the car. And my aunt was like, he hit a squirrel? How the fuck did he manage that? And so she grabs the phone from my grandmother and is like, hey, you know, what the hell, you hit a squirrel, why are you freaking out so much? A squirrel? What the fuck are you talking about? I hit a deer! The Spanish word for squirrel and deer is pretty much the same. It's very funny, and it would be more funny if I could speak any Spanish, but I can't. But yeah, other than that, then my big sister has also hit a deer that jumped out in front of her one night. Scared her very badly. Happened again. Scared her again. Thank you. I did the best I could. But yeah, deers are so interesting. Because it's like, why? Why you walk across a very busy road? Cause the second time, my big sister was like, yeah, I was coming home and the deer just jumped down in front of us, and my mom was like, well, where were you? And my sister explained, like, we were on the highway. There were a lot of cars. I don't know why the deer was just like, yep, this seems like a great place to cross. That's why deers are interesting. You would think they would have more. It's been reported that coyotes have learned to both ways before crossing. That's interesting, and that kind of makes sense. Coyotes are smart. So are cats, and their evolution, not evolution, not how that works. But like the big cats type of thing. They're also smart. Anyway, back to Lulu starving them. Where's Alice? Where is Alice? Alice? I'm not sure. Is she not still sleeping? You two are so alike, it's almost funny. Sleeping in and all. You're gonna waste your lives away if you keep doing that. No, she's not sleeping. I would have seen her when I came down. Lulu must be looking for Alice. I need to help her. I'll be back. What? You're leaving too? My goodness. Why is everyone so busy this morning? Said Coyotes, I just remember the movie Barnyard. Barnyard is such an interesting movie. It feels like a fever dream. Every time I remember it, I'm like, that can't be a real movie, right? My brain made that shit up, right? But then it is. It is. At least I'm pretty sure it's Barnyard. That's what it is with the cow. I remember way too much of that. I swear to you. I don't remember when I watched it. I was a child. I should not have watched it. But I remember it. No idea. Thank goodness, why is everyone so busy this morning? They'll be back soon though, right? I sure hope so. Where should I look first? Where is somewhere that Lulu wouldn't have looked? Maybe there? Oh, don't look in your garden. Nope. I've been tempted watch it since the only two things I remember is Biggie Cheese and Boy Tipping. Then I am remembering the right thing. I was pretty sure it was called Barnyard, but I was like, was it really Barnyard? Was I wrong? No. It's exactly that. Yep, Biggie Cheese. And Boy Tipping. Yep. Yep. What is that movie? It is so... I don't know how to explain it. It's not bad, in a way. It's also so insane at the same time. Like, the things I remember from it are just like... Why? Was there a TV show that went with it, or no? Because I don't remember. I just remember scenes. I could not tell you the full movie for the life of me. Nickelodeon movie, so maybe. Cause I remember the girl. yeah. Otis showed up in a lot of crossover games, so yeah. Because I remember the girl cow. I don't remember her name for the life of me, but I remember her. She had a backstory in which she lost her son, but she put a what's it called? A cowbell, right? She put a cowbell on his neck, and then it was like she was taken away or something like that. But Otis has a cowbell on his neck, and so she started to like treat Otis as her son, and doting on him like he was her son. And Otis was just like, "Save me, save me! I did not ask for this. Save me, please. I don't want to do this. Save me." So that's what I remember that, and I don't. But like I'm like, was that in the movie, or was that like, was there a show that went with it, and that was in the show? Because that feels more episodic in a way. But honestly, the movie was insane. So what do I know? Oh god, the horses. As I think more, I remember more. And I'm like, why? Recently, the movie has been giving praise due to him having udders instead of horns. So it was on purpose? I saw the meme, or not the meme, but like the screenshots, and I remembered that. The father being like, yeah, me and your sister used to be here. And Otis being like, that was me, Pops. But I thought it was like just sort of a joke, because the movie is like so friggin' insane that it was like one of those, oh haha, the father doesn't remember the gender of his own child, haha. But it was on purpose. If they gave him udders instead of horns, that means it was a conscious choice and it wasn't a joke, which makes me really happy. So that's really cool, because there's a lot of things that do that, like where the trans community is like, this he is trans, and it's like actually just a joke that was made. Yeah. So that true. But yeah, that's my point, is like there was a lot of jokes like that of like, ho haha. And would never give solid evidence for the character being trans type of thing. That's why I kind of like put Otis under the headcanon instead of confirmed trans. But that's really cool if that truly is like that they did do that, and that if the joke was to throw off the censors. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Still think it was a fever dream, but it's pretty cool. I'm trying to think of any. You're fine, Bass. I hope you sleep well, or have a good day, whichever the two. To my knowledge, I'm willing to accept some depth to the film. Same. I am willing to accept it as a headcanon. There are a lot of characters under headcanon versus confirmed. A good time zone, yeah. I should start saying that. Have a good time zone. Who is it? I don't remember what the thing was, but I remember something in which people were talking about how, like, subtlety is, like, important, especially for certain characters, but how it kind of sucks that representation now feels a lot less like representation and more forced. Because instead of focusing on the subtleties, they just ham-fist it like, haha, I'm a lesbian. Which is like, I have my own gripes and issues with Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, but I will give Hell of a Boss praise for Sally Mae. Like, she is awesome. She is exactly the representation the trans community wanted and wished for. And it's why, like, headcanoned, sorry, I was gonna say headcanoned, like, representation is always taken better than forced. I'm sure there's stuff that does representation well, but there's definitely some that doesn't. One thing that I found interesting is that Doctor Who, there are several references and several lines within Doctor Who that has always pointed to the Doctor not really having a set gender. Okay, there's quite literally a line in which they're like, no man can set foot in here. The Doctor's like, well, I ain't no man, and set foot in there. And it was always, like, there. And yet there are some people that are like, what do you mean the Doctor's gender fluid? We're like, are you serious? It was always there. It was subtle, yeah, but it was always there. Talking about with people a lot. Misunderstand my message then. Yes. Did. Yes! Right? Thank you! We're like, bro. It was always there. And also the amount of representation in Doctor Who is crazy. Because they had several gay, there's a guy that straight up kisses his girlfriend and then kisses the Doctor and walks off. Like, thank you, Doctor, for not making me a coward. Kisses the man and walks away. Representation was always in Doctor Who. And it's just, I'm the same way of, like, I'd rather you misunderstand my message than me have to spoon feed it to you, okay? I'd rather understand the subtleties than... I have a character in which, like, I tried, during the time where I was trying to write a book, I had the character's backstory, and I wanted to focus on this character and their journey. And one thing that always, like, made me uncertain if I could focus was that this character of mine, one of the points is that they do not have a monthly cycle. They are biologically female, and they don't have a monthly cycle, and their friend is like, maybe, you know, maybe it's just stress or something. And it leads to the person finding out, like, no, No, it's because you're not human. Excuse me? Yeah, you're a changeling. I'm a what now? Yeah, well, you were supposed to be a changeling. You're not, which is a problem. The fuck? And there's a reason. Is because the whole thing. This character's entire story is less focused on saving the world or something in that regard, and more what makes you you? What is your identity? And does other people have the say over that? Because this person was believed that they're themselves to be this girl this entire time. Had to face the fact that they're not that girl. That they're not that person whatsoever. That they were brought in to replace that person. And dealing with what is their own beliefs versus what was put into them, sort of thing. But it makes me, like, not want to write it. Because I started writing it, but then I kept having the thought of, would people even understand that that's the moral of the story? That that's the messaging of what makes your identity you? Or are people just gonna be mad because, well, because I have the father who is raising the changeling be a sympathetic character. He lost his daughter, so he was desperate to get her back in any way he could have. And it, like, worries me that people are going to more see the father as, oh, but he was right. When, like, that's not the point. That's not, no. Like, I'm okay with being sympathetic to the father, because that's how I made him. That's how he's supposed to be. But also understand that this person is struggling. So yes, they're gonna lash out at the father. Yeah, it is. It is. It just is hard with things that are sensitive. I say in a loose, like, annoyed tone. It's more of, people don't want to talk about things like that because they just don't want to acknowledge that it's not black and white, you know? Like, there's also just people getting mad at certain things versus looking at the whole picture. Going back to horror games. There's the horror game, The Coffin of Lele and Andy, right? And the thing with The Coffin of Lele and Andy is that the entire game is a comedy. Yeah, exactly. The more uncomfortable it is, the more important it is to have conversation. I'm of the same mind of, like, that's why you should talk about it. But there are so many people that would rather point fingers. And that's what I mean by with The Coffin of Lele and Andy. We have shown that the entire game, those two do horrible things. Okay? They are horrible people. They are. Lele is manipulative and she's a bitch, and, like, this is shown through the entire game. But people got so mad at a small part of it that was taken as a joke. And they were like, oh, how dare the creator put something like that in. And it's like, did you... What? What? Exactly! Really, though? I was like, how are people missing? That's the point. Oh, they shouldn't take a sensitive topic like that so lightheartedly. Then what about the other topics they brought up lightheartedly? What are you talking about? That's the point of the game. We're viewing the entire game through the lens of someone who sees the world as a joke. It would have been super weird. And actually, you know, they would have criticized the game if the game had taken a more serious approach with said topic. I don't want to say said topic because it might get me, you know, demonetized or something. Because YouTube be like, no, we can't talk about anything like that, you know? But it confused me so much. I was like, what? What? And also the whole, it came out of nowhere. It did not. It was clear. The subtleties were there. The fuck? And also, I never saw it as love, is what I want to point out too. Yes, horror in particular. Yes. Please do. Because, oh my god, that is something I have been trying to say, but like, my big sister and my mom are two people who are sort of, they understand media literacy, but they are not big fans of horror and not big fans of talking about certain topics, stuff like that. So I tend to just have to have arguments with myself of like, oh my god, how are you this stupid? But not really, it's not, I don't even know how to explain it. In description, because it's very long. That's fine. Like, what was I gonna say? Oh, horror. The whole point, the beginning of horror has always been to explore topics people are uncomfortable with, right? That is one thing horror has been good at doing. That is one thing horror is perfect for doing. And I will give people that there are certain horror things that are bad, that are just plain, this isn't good. Whether it's because they're not really horror or because the way they handle the topic is just bad is fair. But there are some that they will point at and say, oh, this is bad, without actually understanding the material itself. It's like that. It's like, how dare you put this topic in my horror game when it's like, you're playing a horror. The point is to make you uncomfortable. You're not supposed to be comfortable. That's the point. If horror is supposed to make you uncomfortable and make you scream. And horrified. That is what makes horror an excellent place to explore taboo topics. But so many people are just aghast that horror does that. I feel like people are gotten way too comfortable with games like FNAF and Hello Neighbor. I think Poppy's bringing it back. Yeah. Entire point of that shit. Exactly, and that's why like the like. Okay, the like topic, the incident, as we call it, with her and Andrew makes total sense to me because we've seen Ashley's character up to this point. We've also seen Andrew slipping from her control. For Ashley, the only reason she's like, oh ho ho, is not because out of love. No, it's a way for her to get her control back. For her, it's not like, she just wants control over Andrew. That is her clear thing. This is not love. This is so clearly not love. And it's showing the traits of Yondiers without mixing in love. And showing it plainly. Showing it what it can look like. And I adore the game, honestly, for that. I never like dive too deep into it, but I do adore how it shows certain topics. I do adore how it shows jealousy, how it shows insecurity, how it shows manipulative behaviors. It's and how that can look to other people. And it's clear, like, also that it's not just Ashley. Well, Ashley, horrible. Andrew is a victim. First of all, he is a victim. We are not going to pretend he's not. But he is also emotionally dependent on Ashley as well. We see that he cannot leave her either. As he slips from her control, he's also terrified of slipping. He's terrified of what that could mean. And it's like, this makes sense! But people acted like it was crazy, and I was like, what? Excuse me? I don't have Discord open. But yeah, I think, and also that too, of, Yondier, what's it called? The friggin', the game by Yondier dev, creepy guy. But yeah, I think a lot of people were drawn to that because of the, like, and also drawn to the Yondiers because of the whole, love, and they're obsessed over me. But when they see it as, when it's being presented as, oh, this is not a good thing, and actually incredibly dangerous, they're shocked and angry. What do you mean? It's like, well, yeah. What? I have Discord up now in case, like, you have, in case the message goes through and it just gets spotted. As we know, that is entirely a possibility. I completely agree. Like, I'm pretty sure Andrew was supposed to represent, like, not being, like, wanting to get out, but not being sure if you can. Like, being in a really, like, toxic relationship with someone, and you want to break up with them, but you live with them, but your money's with them, you know? But what happens if you leave? You'll have nothing. And obviously, outside point of view, you see that as, but you do have other things. You do have options. You have ways to get out. But when you're in it, it's the bird in the cage. The bird won't notice that the door is wide open if it's been in the cage all its life. It's that. I feel like Andrew's supposed to represent that. He is the bird in the cage. And Lele has constantly taunted him with the door being opened. But every time he tries to get out, he can't. But yeah. People piss me off for not, like, understanding things. Of, like, what? But yeah, that's, people, I definitely for horror, I feel like people have gone too, of all shows that actually shows the other side of them before. I'm writing that down. But I feel like a lot of people have gotten way too comfortable with horror being FNAF and Hello Neighbor to really enjoy horror anymore. You know? Like the Strangers chapter 1 came out. God, I called that movie was gonna be horrible. I was like, the fuck they mean they're making a prequel to The Strangers? That ain't gonna go well. But even like their whole, oh, we're making a reboot of it. Nobody asked for it. But it being horrible. It's sort of like the point. People are getting way too comfortable with just shitty, not really the best horror movies, and shitty, not really the best horror games, and thinking, oh, that's what a horror is supposed to be like. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm someone that liked FNAF, but FNAF's lore was a lot more dark than the games themselves. Yes, the animatronics jumping you were scary, I guess. And the animatronics themselves could be scary, I guess. But compared to what the lore tells you, I wish a lot more people who like to say that, oh, they love all horror but get offended by something that's slightly uncomfortable would watch a lot more analog horrors. Exactly! The game is very much not really representative of... Yes, for sure. Of what the lore has. But yeah, I wish a lot more people would watch analog horrors. Because at least analog horrors, a lot of them are still keeping their we are meant to make you uncomfortable. But now we have lore. Like, what is it? Mandela Catalog. You cannot deny. It's creepy as fuck. And I love it for it. I love despite we don't get to know these characters one-on-one. We are only watching through tapes. But you still can see the characters, you know? You see who they are based on their actions, based on their dialogue. And it made me love it so much. But there's like other analog horrors that very much are not afraid to be creepy, are not afraid to show sensitive imagery. And don't get me wrong, if you cannot handle those things, I do not think you should push yourself to watch it. I think everything should have a content warning if it does have sensitive topics, sensitive imageries. Like, even if I find it annoying sometimes, it's still good to have that. But to assume that all things in a certain genre should be exactly like the one topic you like does not seem right. Like, you like the FNAF games? Cool. Do not assume every other horror game has to be like the FNAF games. Oh, you like a certain RPG Maker horror? That's great. Do not assume every RPG Maker horror game is going to be the same. Because that's what it really feels like. Is that people see the games and are like, ah, yes, this game must have to be exactly like this one. And it's like, no. Each can have their own individual ways of telling a story. And getting mad that, oh, it's not exactly like this, or, oh, it talks about a topic that I don't like. It's so weird and baffling to me. Like, if you're gonna be annoyed or upset at something, at least have creative criticisms with it, okay? Give me something. Don't give me, oh, it's not what I like, so I don't like it. Yeah, because so many, like, ugh. I will 100%, whatever it is, I will adore it. Yeah, and I see people getting upset because, oh, how dare you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm being huffy, not at you. Obviously, this is like, I think that would look, not just a look, but be a good topic for horror. You know? It really would be. Yeah. And it, like, I'm getting mad on your behalf, honestly. Because I feel like topics like that should be explored and not seen as, oh, haha, horny on main type thing, you know? There's just so many, like, that annoy the hell out of me. Because it's so clear to see that they don't... If you don't like a certain thing, a certain genre, and you play a game of that certain genre, and you don't like it, then just don't play that game. Go to a different game, or just avoid the genre as a whole. It feels like so many, like, are just like, oh no, everything must be exactly as the leveling game I play. It's like playing not playing horror, but playing visual novels and expecting every game to be like a visual novel. But I'd rather piss off making a story. I agree with you on that. I don't think you're shooting. I feel like, for sake of story, whatever you need to go with is better than trying to fix it. I sigh because I can count so many, you know? Sometimes it feels like we're revolting to wholesome lust. For real! And like... It's not bad to have wholesome games, right? Like, I play visual novels, man. Clearly, I like wholesome stuff. But it's also so hypocritical to accept everything, or to try and make everything wholesome, when there are things that are just not. There are things that will not and will never be wholesome. There are topics that should be explored in the realm of whatever it is. It's like trying to say the Resident Evil games are meant to be wholesome, you know? Like, why? No. They're meant to explore dark topics. But I don't want to explore the dark topics, so make it wholesome instead. That is entitlement. No. And I will admit, the game I was talking about, of playing? Exactly. The game I made. There are some, like... It's not too bad, but there are some unsettling things that happen. Nothing like content warning, really. Mostly just creepy imagery, at most. But you know, if someone were to tell me, but everything else is wholesome, so why is that creepy? Without looking at the context of the scene, I'd be so fucking annoyed. That's like, it's creepy because of this. And granted, I might be misremembering, because I feel like I'm misremembering. Because I made the first game, and then I started to make a second game, and I know that focused more on the creepy imagery, but I don't remember if the first one has anything too bad in it. I think it has like a few unsettling, like, oh, that could be scary to certain people. But to assume, when I put content warnings saying, hey, these things happen, that every ending is gonna be wholesome, would just piss me the hell off. Because that's the biggest thing. The people who are like, I don't want to play a game that has this certain thing in it are also the same people who will tell you, I don't understand why content creators or why people who create games and stuff put content warnings on their things. They should stop doing that. And it's like, so people like you don't criticize them for having the thing in there. They are warning you that this thing will be in there. What? They piss me off to no end. To no fucking end. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Content warnings are essentially a polite, hey, heads up, this. I was going to play a game, okay? Because I was going to play this game by this creator, and I liked their first game. I even got the DLC for it, because I really liked their first one. And so they made a second game, and I was like, really excited about it, because this was going to lean more into the creepiness. This was going to lean more into horror, and I was okay with that. I saw that it would have some dark themes to it. But what pissed me off, number one, this woman did not put any age rating on her game, despite it having an unalive topic in it, which at the time I didn't see anything wrong with, but slowly realized she uses the character's death and says you can save him if you rate the game, and if it gets to this certain number, there'll be another ending. So that's why there wasn't a age rating on her game. But the second thing is, yeah, I was like, oh my god, the fuck? The second thing I noticed is I actually wanted to see the content warnings as a whole, because I wanted to be sure if I could play it at the time or not. Because I've told Nappa about this when we were talking about a certain anime, that Nappa was like, oh yeah, when I watched it, it made me cry. I don't remember what exactly it has in it, but are you sensitive to anything? And I told Nappa, hey, I have a lot of trauma, so I'm not that sensitive to things. But some days, I can't handle certain topics, right? So I wanted to see it if I could play it that day. The content warning screen, when I clicked it for the warnings, this woman has text pop up that says, why must you ruin the fun? And then the list of content warnings. I was like, lady, the fuck? Mind you, her game is not advertised as creepy. Her art style is that of an anime boy. It is whites and pastels. I was a girl. You cannot have that. Exactly. It was like, okay, that's kind of funny. But for the case of, this is clearly a game that looks like it's supposed to be wholesome, so seeing a content warnings should be, like, it'd be different if it was like a Resident Evil game, right? Which those are clearly advertised and clearly, like, cover looks horror, right? If they were like, why must you ruin the fun? Like, that would be funny. Okay? Because you know that's horror. This game doesn't look like horror. So to put that there, is bitchy as fuck. And the worst part, I came late to this game. The comments quickly informed me she hadn't put content warnings until people mass told her, hey, you need to put content warnings. I was like, my god, the fuck? That's not even talking about the main story. I refused to play the damn game because somebody in the comments very, very helpfully, like 3 people were like, hey, this is the game. Straight up, this is the fucking game. Do not play this. The story is horrible. It is essentially, if you don't, the whole game is like, hey, you're a popular streamer. Ironic. I am not popular, but you know. For the game, you're a popular streamer, and your boyfriend is a small streamer, and he wants you to help him to get 1 million subs. 1 million followers. Okay? Within a week. And people were like, if you don't get enough, he kills himself. What? Yep. Okay, I guess. Fame? Huh? But if you do get enough, he dies anyway. Exactly. But yeah, he dies anyway. What? He's killed by a demon, and that's when you get the message of to rate the game. I was like, okay. I am okay, you know, with topics like that. I am okay with diving into, like, deeper things. I don't think she did that. I think she just did it for shock value. And that's what people were saying. Was none of it was actually in the subtleties. But I think, oh my gosh, like she used the excuse of like, oh, horror is not as it was these days because of that. But at the same time, it's like, no, your game just sucks. But also, you also don't understand media literacy because you don't even use it. What? It feels like for both game devs who actually make good games, who actually make that sounds like EA. I refuse anything with EA. No. But it feels like good game developers who make genuine good games are being snubbed by people who are like, oh, we don't want to deal with topics like that, you know? But then also, bad game developers are being pushed higher because they're using the excuse of, oh, people these days just don't want to face things like that, to prop themselves up. And thus we have this really horrible, like, sort of games right now of yeah. Like, I loved Bendy and the Ink Machine, okay? I did. I loved Bendy and the Ink Machine. Because I loved the subtleties. I loved the mystery in it, right? I loved the fact that you didn't know whether Bendy was somebody that Joey or that Henry used to work with, or if Bendy was Joey. I loved that you found out through the game itself. There was no outside things or anything like that. Right? And Bendy was scary. It had some good, like, chase sequences. And sort of jump scares. It was pretty good, especially for its time. But Bendy and the Dark Revival says fuck all that. No thank you. We have some lore implications, but other than that, nah. We're good. Oh, you wanted actual scares? Nah. Oh, you wanted better combat than the original Bendy games? Nah. And it made it a disappointing mess. Because honestly, what happened? Bendy and the Dark Revival was supposed to be the reawakening of what made Bendy. Yeah, and that's what it feels like. Bendy used to be great, and then they sort of started focusing more on profits. And so they propped themselves up because that one game was good. And I feel like Hello Neighbor did the same damn thing. Because their beta was good, they had people following them. That they just turned into a fucking train wreck. And it feels like people are looking at games like that. Games that are so cookie cutter. And saying this is how all of them should be. Which is forcing actual good horror games to a corner. And being like, no. You can't exist. If my computer could, I'd play every horror game I thought was good from smaller individuals. In a heartbeat. Because there are some good lesser known games. Great YouTuber I watch who plays these lesser known games is Manly. You know what? Like, sad? Amanda the Adventurer. Really good. Good game. People stopped talking about it after like a month or so. And it made me sad. Because it's a good game. The devs did well. They expanded on it. Essentially the entire thing. Yes. 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 So much yes. Because, and like I said, that's what my content is supposed to be about. Is finding the ones that are not like big names. I don't know if you noticed because it's in the like Discord. But when Bass and I were talking about games to collab with, I purposely chose games that were from smaller dev teams. Games that are obscure and not really known. Because it felt way too basic. And also, freaking Uno. So many content creators complain that Uno sucks because it won't load. They complain that it like glitches out on them a lot. That they can barely get in a game. And I like the game Uno. But compared to video game Uno to a game made by a development team that had no idea if anyone would like their thing or not, I'd rather play the thing from the development team. And like, I genuinely had the thought of maybe because it's a collab, I should focus on more mainstream things. And so Untitled Goose Game was a game that I debated, like, oh, maybe I should bring this up for the collab. That I said, no, let me find the smaller things. Let me find the things that feels like people don't do. Exactly! Smaller, like, solo indie devs are more willing to work with you, more willing to try and make the game as good as they can. Like, Phasmophobia is a good game. Objectively, good game. However, you notice not a lot of people play it anymore. Well, it came and went from the public consciousness, right? Kind of. The other thing is, it kind of has just a simple few maps, kind of the same thing, and really, it got boring after a while. And they didn't bother to do anything with it. Like, hey, maybe we should fix the game in-game prices, because some people were having trouble with that. Nope. Instead, we got nothing. What was it? Exactly. Most of Phasmophobia's enjoyment came from the ghost, and after a while the ghost started to feel stale, and that is not a good thing. I feel like they should have updated the ghosts. Maybe added more different patterns to the ghosts, because it felt like there were really only 3 different patterns. Attacks in a group, attacks solo, or doesn't attack at all and just likes to throw shit. Exactly. Which is why Lethal Company should be like that, right? It should be in another game that quickly fades from the consciousness because it's 4 idiots trying to play trash. But you know what Lethal Company's developer did? They said, people really like my shit. I'm gonna make new enemies. I'm gonna give you guys an updates with masks. So I applaud Lethal Companies for trying to stay in the public's mind and trying to give the public more. They did not, unlike many others, simply let the game stay as it was and not try and add elements to keep people entertained. It sucks Helldivers came out and everyone was like, fuck that. They did too. I respect the Among Us devs too. Honestly, like I said, Among Us sounds fun as hell to play. And that's fair. And they did a lot for the game as well. I think what happened with Among Us was less... Yeah, it was less devs did anything wrong and more people just screwed themselves over. Because I think one thing with Among Us is a lot of people were like, oh yeah, it got boring after a while. And it was like, yeah, no shit, it got boring. Because you realized they only played with certain groups and they wouldn't play with anyone else. Which is not the point of Among Us. The whole point of Among Us is so you could play with several groups. So it was like, yeah, no wonder it got boring. You're playing with the same person. And there's still people who play Among Us and still have fun with it. Alpharad is a good example. He plays it with Jaden and stuff. I think that's it, is Among Us had the unfortunate of people, instead of taking breaks, they burnt themselves out on the game and didn't want to play it afterwards. And that's why Among Us sort of fell into the corners. Like I said, nothing on the devs. More people's own mental health type of thing. Exactly. So social deduction games are the one thing where it's devs could screw up, but also it's people playing that also can misinterpret how the game should be played, sort of thing. And also, yes, playing with randos just sucks because they're people who suck. I think that's it. Just maybe a better security system to deal with creepy people. But they added a whole bunch of stuff, right? They have like skill trees now in Among Us. It's actually really cool. I noticed some of it. Anyway, there's a game. Did you know? There's a game that should be played. Yeah, I've played a little bit, not a lot because I play on Xbox and with randos. But like playing with a group would be fun. And playing it more once a month or twice, you know, type of thing, be a lot better than let us play it every single day type of thing. Because it would be fun to play it with the group. Anyway, of course she wouldn't be here. Where else can I look? Without warning, my head begins to feel light. Not now. I can't deal with this now. Despite my desire to keep moving, my body begins to protest. Oh, I feel that. Don't worry, Alice. I will find you. Just you wait. Oh. Oh. All of theirs have been, like, sad. But that's, like, the most scary background there. Anyway, we need 2 now, right? Two to 3, sleeping with the flowers. So this already has 1. 2. Yeah. Flowers are very pretty. I'm like trying to think of what to say. I would love to sleep in a bed of flowers, but I also worry because bugs. You know? Like, give me magical flowers that don't have any bugs on them. Speaking of obscure games, actually, because the flowers just reminded me. I happened to play an obscure, like, interactive fiction and text-based game. It was a lot of fun to look over it. But like one of the things I found most interesting was its depictions were really well done. Like, one of the things you could do is you could pick a hobby. You could pick another hobby. You could pick 2 hobbies, or pick 1 hobby and 1 unhealthy coping mechanism. You could pick 1 hobby and 2 unhealthy coping mechanisms. And the unhealthy coping mechanisms weren't just simply like cigarettes and alcohol. Those were there, but it also was like oversleeping, insomnia, fidgeting. Like, there was a lot more range to it, which made me really happy. I picked like my actual unhealthy coping mechanism of insomnia. The game is actually really, really well done with its writing and how it was. It has a very well done depiction of PTSD, as it sees a character that it triggers it, and the character's like, but it's not him. I know he didn't do it, but he looks exactly like him. And they freak out and run off. It's a very good game. It's not finished, so I won't play it on stream, but it's a very good game. I just hope it's not abandoned like many others are. Yeah, there's a lot of like cool interactive fiction games that end up being abandoned. That makes me really sad. Like there's one called Scout that's like really interesting, and the whole thing is so interesting, and yet it's abandoned. Like it ain't coming back. There's others where you're like, oh damn, this has such a cool concept. It's got all the way to chapter 3. I wonder how many chapters are gonna be, and it's abandoned. Why? Who knows? I know there's one that's not abandoned that I keep up with. Yeah, really, it is a giant F. But I don't, whenever it finishes, I'll play it on stream. It's a lot of, like, reading because it's text-based, but it'd still be fun to do. It'd also be fun just having chat to make answers. Romance this hot guy. No. Why? Because he's trying to actively kill us. But he's hot. That would be funny. And totally something I could see happening. But yeah, when I was keeping an eye on games to see if they're finished or not and what'd be good for streaming and what's not. I now have my own official folder that's quite literally called Stream Games. Where I've moved all the games I plan to stream into it, including Everlasting Summer. So, I've been on top of it. I say as if I didn't do this like a week ago or something. Anyway, how many are we on? I think I did 2. So I need to do one more. Maybe I already did 3. I don't trust myself. So. Okay. Super tipsy visual novels. Huh. Super trippy visuals are so interesting. I remember playing a game with my sister, and in the game, we were going down this level, and it was sort of like an amusement park. And at one point, it goes into just so many different bright colors that I was having trouble keeping up with where our characters were. And I quite literally looked at my sister and I was like, is this what it feels like to be on LSD? And she was like, I wouldn't know, but it feels like it for sure. It's like this. It was very funny. I love games with trippy visuals. Like, I can't really play them due to just my eyes being the way they are and being sensitive to stuff like that. But they're still cool and funny to me. Are dormouses nocturnal? Actually, Alice, you might be not dumb here. Hold on, I need to look this up. Well, it's loading. I ever get to the point where I feel confident enough to make my art. Enough in my art to make. Oh, very. Sorry. I think that's like that would be really cool, but now I'm laughing because I'm remembering her rebrand thing. God. And her song. Oh my god. Sorry. It's so fucking stupid. Ugh, I didn't even mean to learn about it. I ended up learning about it just person that usually doesn't deal with stuff like that was like, what is going on with JoJo Siwa? Oh, they are nocturnal. Dormouse are nocturnal. Huh. Good to know, good to know. I gotta close it. There we go. My computer was like, you're running too much. Don't worry, Alice, I looked it up for you. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. But also, yeah, I do see trippy visuals with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But yeah, JoJo Siwa. Yeah, that's who I remembered. Because I keep seeing people being like, the fuck is going on with her? And I'm like, at this point, not even I know, man. Not like I would know in the first place, but it's just I forgot she existed, and then she came back to the public consciousness with like the world's worst rebrand and the stupidest shit said. That I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on with her? But JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I've been meaning to watch it because I've heard that it is bizarre. Which, par for the course, given its name. It feels like a very fun ride. Watching JoJo. Because, like, from the few, like, things I've heard about it, there's a fighting of a president? What? and I remember hearing that, it just, the next, line was like, oh, what about people who don't know or haven't watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? They'll figure it out when they watch it. And I was like, well, guess I gotta watch it, apparently. Maybe it'll make more sense in context. Somehow I feel like it won't, but we can hope. Oh, did I? Well, test your son. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And I am okay with blood and killing dogs. I mean, I'm not okay with killing dogs, obviously. You touch my pup. Look, I'll be real though. Actually, some things make less sense in context. Oh god. Suspension of disbelief will have to be suspended. I can do that. Sometimes it's fun just to have a thing that makes no sense. Great example, Mighty Python, I believe. Yes, I said that right, I believe. Is one of those. Like, it's so stupid, but I love it so much. I love all of it so much. Look. It is a ferocious and dangerous beast. It's a bunny rabbit. It's dangerous, sire. You have no idea. Oh, please. What could it possibly... Oh my god, it's trying to kill me. You know what we have to do? Use the holy grenade. Ah, yes, the holy grenade. Oh. Anyway. But yeah. My dog is interesting, because I'm pretty sure if somebody were trying to attack her, she would kill them, which would be very interesting, because she has attacked people before. Not really, but she's tried to. She barks at people, and if they get way too close to us, it's like we have a circle. And if anyone gets inside that circle, she gets mad. She's like, how dare you? For real though, it's so good. Same though. It's funny. A lot of my humor aligns with Mighty Python, but I didn't see it until very recently. Because I've talked about this before, of how I have an entire list of shows I need to watch to get up with cultural significance. And that show was on it, and I ended up watching it, and I was like, oh my god, this is so funny. I watched it again. It was so good. I did love my sister when I was about to play it. My sister was like, okay, a little thing. You need to watch it when you're in a certain mood. And I was like, what are you talking about? Just you need to watch it in a certain mood. And walked off and I was like, what? But after watching it, I was like, you need to have head empty, no thoughts to enjoy Mighty Python. You need to not think about it. And I feel like JoJo's kind of gonna be the same. Don't think too hard about it, okay? Wait, where am I? Nope. Right. Oh, that's good. At least it has answers. Slight question is, are the answers ones you think would be make sense or just answers? I don't know how to explain that better. Sort of like, you've got a coin. Oh, did you hear a noise? Because I have a pen that I've just kind of been moving around that I just dropped. I'm sorry. But if that's the if you mean do I have a pin? Reset. If you mean do I have a coin in the sense of JoJo letting me think about it. Cause I need one to flip. Well, I can check. We could do even or odd. I have 2 dice next to me. I have a 6-sided and I have a 20. So, could do even or odd. I can tell you based on whichever you think would be better. And that works. Oh, okay. Even for the formal, odd for the letter. Okay. 6-sided dice. And it's a 6, so even. So sometimes the answers are satisfying. Interesting. Interesting. Sounds like it's gonna frustrate me, but also make me laugh a lot. Astro, you are so damn big. I have my IKEA plush in my lap, and I was readjusting, and it was like, Father, I wish to escape. What do I have to do? Okay, there we go. Interesting. Everything's a musical reference? I wonder how many I'll get. Because I know a lot of musicals, but obviously I don't know all of them. Given the whole missed a couple of cultural references here and there. So interesting. Oh wait, we might have just reached the bad ending. I was like, let me just skip through, but I think I finally reached the bad ending here. Yeah, okay. My hand reaches up and touches the crown on my head. Well, maybe one thing went right. I take the crown off my head and place it next to my failed one. It's really nice. I don't deserve it. Honestly, I wouldn't blame Skylar if they didn't want to hang out with me anymore. Well, most of it, at least early on, is 80s and 90s rock. If that helps you give an idea. Interesting. I do know 80s and 90s rock. I have a playlist full of them. So, maybe I won't be totally clueless. It's probably for the best anyway. Game over. Sleeping with the flowers. Anyway, I didn't do an appropriate low or save, so we're back to 1, and we need how many for the next ending? 4 to 5. Okay. So 1, 2. Where's my pen that I just dropped? But it's 3. How many do I need? Four to 5. Got it. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh. I don't remember. I said oh as if I remembered. I do not. I need to change my headphones. Here we go. Well, Dino, do you have a favorite like music genre you like? That's 4. 4. Five. Okay, and that's it. Interesting. Interesting. I don't think I have a favorite music genre. Like, it's always interesting to hear what other people like to me, because like I've listened to pretty much every genre. There's a song I like. There's none that I like particularly. It's more like whatever I'm in the mood for. So it's always interesting to hear what people like and whatnot. Jazz is nice, yeah. Instrumental music is really nice if you need just like relaxing, chill background music. Personally, somehow I find instrumentals hard to sleep. Sleep to? I have to listen to songs with like lyrics. I don't know why. My guess is that maybe it has something to do with my brain being pretty much on 24/7. That it needs something to latch onto before it can fall asleep. That's just my guess. But I do like listening to instrumentals if I'm doing something and I just need no sound. Yeah, exactly. Lo-fi is one of those. But I can't sleep to it. It's weird. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I kind of get that because most documentaries have the guy or the girl's voice and they're very like monotone. So kind of soothing in a way. I sleep to YouTube videos. I was talking about that. Like sleeping to posture and things. I'm trying to think if there's anyone in particular. I think not really. Break genre built on synth, drums, and piano. Fascinating to me. That is fascinating. Huh. Usually you wouldn't think of drums and piano going together, but I can actually see that being in harmony. Instruments are so interesting, and the different types that can just give different things is interesting. Slightly discordant, and there's softer tones while everything is going super hard. Exactly. Interesting. Interesting. Usually if I'm like into a genre, I'll get really into whatever it is. That'd be nice. I would appreciate it. We have a whole music channel for that exact reason. Thank you, Your Majesty. I think I've actually reached the ending part. Teams, I can finally go home. I can see my sisters. You sure can. All you have to do now is put that key in the transfer room door and it should take you home. Please take Skylar with you, as I will need you to return the key before you leave. It is property of Wonderland, after all. Of course, Your Majesty. With excitement in my steps, Skylar and I head to the transfer room. Even though we're traveling through the forest at night, we seem to find it without any trouble. It seems like we're here, Alice. I can finally go home. Thanks for walking me here. It's been really fun spending time with you. I'm going to miss you. Skylar looks down on the ground for a minute. They place their hand on my shoulder and I give it a firm pat. I'll miss making flower crowns with you, Alice. I'm not even good at them, though. Shut up, Alice. Fuck off, Alice. I smile at them as they keep their hand on my shoulder for a few minutes. Eventually, I remove their hand and turn to unlock the door. Once I turn the key, the door opens, and on its own, a bright light emanating from it. Skylar holds out their hand, and I place the key inside it. Goodbye, Skylar. They just nod and wave goodbye in response. I step into the door and get whisked away. Before I know it, I'm waking up on the street. Oh my gosh, Alice, are you okay? My sisters hold out their hands to me, and I grab onto them to get up. You scared us, running off and falling over. I brush off the skirt of my dress, and I expect myself for any injuries. I'm okay, though. Good, because we still need to finish grocery shopping, and we need to figure out who's making dinner, da-da-da. Oh. Before we go home, I want to buy a few plants for the apartment. Since when have you cared about keeping things alive? Edith, be nice. But really, Alice, I didn't know you liked gardening. I look down to the ground and let out a sigh. It's something I recently got into. Edith and Lorraine share a look and shrug. This day will mark the beginning of my growing plant collection. The only thing that makes me feel like Skylar's still with me. Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I recalled this memory while I watered my poppies. Game over. Okay, and now 6. It's 5, so here we go. I'm pretty sure it's 6, but if I fucked up, we have a save. Oh, we have a different thing. I just took a nap, remember? Don't worry about it. Well, I guess if they're sure, they'll be safe if I don't mind dancing. Skylar grabs my hand and leads me onto the dance floor. I hope they don't make me do some kind of complicated dance. I warn you now, but I don't actually know how to dance. It's okay, neither do I. Skylar places their hands on my hips, and I place my hands on their shoulders. Good, just a simple slow dance. I can handle that. I start to relax and enjoy myself. I'm gonna skip through this. Kiss them. Do. Thank you, Your Majesty. I can go home and see my sisters again, but I don't want to leave. Are you sure? It used to be what I wanted, but my perspective had changed. Plus, in the real world, I could never be myself. Here in Wonderland, I don't have to hide who I truly am. Besides, I don't want to leave Skylar behind. Well, in that case, I'll keep the key. After all, it's none of my business if you stay or leave Wonderland. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Morgana walks away. Let's go home. I grab Skylar's hand and drag them back to Lulu's house. Once we get back, I follow Skylar into their room. I'm so glad you stayed. They sit down on their bed and I follow their lead. Of course, I would never leave you behind. They lay down on their bed and pull me down next to them, and we begin to snuggle. Skylar is just too cute right now. Hey, Skylar? When they don't respond, I turn to see they've fallen asleep. Guess they weren't lying about falling asleep after getting too excited. I lean over them, place a kiss on their forehead, and lay back down next to them. We both fall asleep, still dressed in our formal clothes. I let out a sigh and wipe my brow as I place the last plant on the display. I hope Skylar likes how we place the flowers next to each other. It looks like my new competition. Oh god, the shopkeeper came back. What the fuck? I was like, I've forgotten all about you, dear sir. And then I remembered with this one creepy line who he is. They are. Whatever. They're creepy. I turn around to see the same flower vendor that hit on me before. Oh no, not him again. Oh, it is a boy. Oh, yeah, really, it was like, oh yeah, the shopkeeper exists. Oh god, I forgot about him. I had finally escaped him. Before I can respond, Skylar comes up from behind me and pulls me into a kiss. The shopkeeper's jaw slacks open. Oh hey, always a pleasure to see you again. He looks away from us and blushes. Sir? Yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. He quickly walks away from our shop. If only I could have done that last time he was hitting on you. If he had done that back then, I think I would have died on the spot. Skylar and I share a laugh as we embrace each other once more. Honestly, kind of impressive. He gave up right away. They don't usually do— wait, hold on, let me check ending. They don't usually do that. Yep. Okay. Uncomfortable dormouse. Glad to be out of there. Reese is being an utter nightmare as usual, and there's no way I'm dealing with her without Lulu here. Still, what should I do while I wait for her to come back? I tap my finger on my chin a few times while I gaze around. However, the longer I stand in the morning sun, the heavier my eyelids get. No, Skylar, taking a nap is not an option. I don't know, taking a nap sounds pretty good right now. Maybe I could take care of the garden for a bit since it's been a while since Suddenly the front door swings open. I'm met with the sight of Reese balancing teacups in her arms. Excuse me, get out of the way. I have just enough time to move out of Reese's path. I know I'm especially good at getting in your way, but you really should give me more of a warning. She ignores me and as she clambers to get all the teacups on the table. Do you really need to set out so many cups? There's only the 3 of us. Yes, but what if we have guests? Freaking Reese with telepathic abilities here. We've never had guests. I don't see why we'd suddenly have one now. She flips around to stare me in the eye. So, are you the one setting the table? No. Then don't question what I do. Do not question my magic. Fine by me. Reese runs by me again, back into the house. She doesn't have to set this all up now. We've got time until Lulu comes back. I stare at the table for a moment. Whatever, I just don't want to be around here if Reese is going to run around like a tornado with no designation. I look towards the garden gate as I remember my original goal. Nah, Reese took the energy to do that right out of me. Might as well just wait for Lulu to come back. Quickly, to avoid Reese coming back outside, I scurry over to the front gate. Once I shut the latch behind me, I stretch my arms out. Ah, much better. Now, better get a head start on my nap. I cozy up underneath the shade of a tree and close my eyes. So that was the first time we met them. Now this one. I open my eyes slowly, but quickly snap them shut again. Man, that was a weird dream. What? The flowers were talking to me, and they were kind of rude. Oh, hey, it's Wonderland! I feel like that's stupid in a game that's literally based on Wonderland to be like, oh, hey, it's a Wonderland reference. But, you know, it's a Wonderland reference. At least it wasn't my reoccurring dream of being in a giant cup of milk. I think you need to stop drinking milk. I really got there we go. Yeah. I really gotta stop drinking milk before I go to bed. I rubbed my eyes, and this time I was able to keep them open longer. That's right, I fell asleep on Alice's lap. We make eye contact, and I notice she's a little uncomfortable. Oh no, I didn't. I quickly bring my hand up to the right side of my mouth. I totally drooled on Alice's lap. This is so embarrassing. I quickly remove myself from Alice's lap. Sorry about that. I point to the large wet spot on Alice's skirt. It's no problem. I have 2 sisters. This is not the first time someone has drooled on me. Fair. She gives me a reassuring smile. That doesn't help me feel less embarrassed, but I know she means the best. I try to give her a small smile back to cover my shame. Next. Sky. It's okay. I wake up and look around, trying to piece together where I fell asleep this time. Oh, I'm in the garden. My head turns to the side and I look at the plants around me. I should probably water the flowers. Some of them are starting to wilt. It's just been so hard to move around lately. Oh, I feel this a little too closely. I sit up slowly and stretch my arms over my head. Not to mention I've been falling asleep more ever since she left. Oh no! Fuck you, Alice, you suck. I look at the pile of now wilting flower crowns sitting— No! I should throw these away. They're no good now. They only hold old memories that hurt. I look up to the sky and let out a huff. Why did I have to let someone in? I should just take another nap before I head back inside. I lay back down on the grass and curl up in the fetal position. Maybe my father was right after all. Nothing I do matters. No! Don't say that! Baby, you matter, I swear! Oh my gosh. Alice, you suck. Familiar stranger. My head rises as I watch Lulu makes her way over to me with a blonde girl wearing a blue dress following behind her. I wonder who that is. We don't really get new people here. We're here, home sweet home. Again, thank you, Lulu. It's no problem after all. Skylar, what are you doing? That's oh, I know! It's not even Skylar's fault! Alice is just such a dumbass! So she was just like, bye! Ask the person I love to come with me? Nah! Then we just leave. Bye! The two of them stop in front of me and look down. I'm suspicious of the stranger. She's awfully friendly with Lulu. I'm hanging out by this tree. What does it look like? I stand up from my spot on the ground. Now, so, who's this stranger? The girl looks at me startled. Suspicious. I'm Alice. I'm showing her the way to the house. I see that, but why? Uh-huh. And why are you letting someone you've never met in your own house? 'Cause she has the right to. It's her house. Lulu, I know that you don't have a mean bone in your body, but you really need to think these things through. Lulu looks down with a frown on her face. Oh, I just thought... I was looking for Wendy. Lulu told me I might find her here talking with Reese. Well, I guess that explains things a little. Oh well, that makes more sense. I remember Wendy going in, that's right. It looks like you did your research, so you probably aren't a random criminal. I won't ask why you're looking for her, but come on in, I guess. Thank you for letting me in. I promise that I'm someone you can trust. After the other one? I don't think so. Sure, that's what they all say. She seems to know a lot of the same people we do, so I'll trust her for now. I'm going to keep a close eye on her, just in case. So, I believe Reese is next. Yep. And then it'll be V, Catherine, Morgana. I might just do Reese. And then leave the other one for tomorrow. 'Cause I am tired. First ending is usually 1, so... I'm not exactly sure how, like... Prob's good, but that's fine. I'm just gonna finish off Reese and then head to bed myself. So if you go to bed first, that's fine. Have sweet dreams and no nightmares. Be well rested. And then we save on the next one. Okay. Right, let's see. Yep, 1 empty seat. That's the ending name, that's awesome. Lie about, no. And then Alice is like, let me go stay in the inn. And then Alice can't sleep. Been wondering in 3 days now. I don't know if the key, but anxiety is gnawing away at me. Have I disappeared from my world? Are my sisters worried about me? There has to be another way to leave, right? I came through the transfer room. Why can't I leave the same way? It wouldn't hurt to try. She goes. And then it's like, oh, I'm dying. And now Reese. Wait, Lulu, where are you going? Lulu stands up from the table. I need to go out and find her. Wait, Lulu doesn't listen and rushes out the front door. Normally she listens to me. I don't understand. Why'd she run off like that? I'm brought out of my own thoughts as I hear Skylar shuffle into the kitchen. Good morning, Skylar. Where is everybody? Well, you see, Lulu has gone out. She was looking for something, but I can't remember her. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember why Lulu left. While I'm lost in my thoughts, Skylar starts making their way towards the door. What? You're leaving too? My goodness, why is everyone so— Skylar's out the door before I even finish my sentence. Geez, Skylar too. There's not something I'm missing out on, right? I don't think there's any events in Wonderland today, so what? I have no clue. My yawn escapes me as I think through the possibilities. I shouldn't have stayed up working last night. I think it's affecting my memory. Well, I hope Lulu and Skylar come back. They both left before breakfast and I'm starting to get really hungry. Oh, I know. If I get bored, I can just talk to— Oh, that was good. The complete music cut off as she realizes. Alice. Turning to my chair, I look behind me, just at the couches. She's not there. Okay, now we do the load. Minutes. Two to 3. Yeah, I do too. I love it when games make usage with music and sound design. It's really cool. 2 to 3 now. Okay. So this would be 2. And that's 3. And so I'll say it on the next one. Oh wait, that's not the thing. Okay. At least I'd hope I'd be back home with then. Thought of still being in Wonderland for that long causes a sense of dread to wash over me. Everything I would— it's time to pass out. Fair enough. Bye. Sleep well. I need to put these away. Okay, bad ending first. You know, Reese, I'm not sure if I'm quite comfortable with this. Really? Her shoulders slump over. I would like to get this done as soon as possible, but I don't want to force you to do anything. She begins to roll out the measuring tape in her hands. Promise me we'll do this later, though. I want to make sure the dress fits you nicely. Sure. Perfect. You can go ahead and leave then. I should probably start on Mariana's order, to be honest. Just make sure to tell me when you're ready. Without wasting another second, I grab my apron off the bed and I make my way out the door. I don't know what's wrong with me. She was just going to wrap a piece of tape around my waist. Which means her arms would have to wrap them around first, and then she'd be super close to me. A voice from the sofa startles me out of my stupor. What happened there? You look like a tomato. Did Reese kiss you or something? Kiss? My mind instantly pieces together a scene, imagining Reese's face close to my own. No, not even close. Measuring my waist seems a lot tamer in comparison, though. I'm going to step outside for a moment. Do whatever you like. I'll tell Lulu you're out. I take in a deep breath of cool outdoor air. Why did Skylar have to suggest that? Now I'm not going to be able to look Reese in the face without thinking about it. I have to go back to her so she can finish my dress, though. Not wanting to dwell on it too long, I put the next strap of my apron over my head and reach back to tie it back on. However, the sensation tightening around my waist makes my mind wander. Suddenly the ribbons of my apron become a measuring tape, and I begin to imagine Reese's presence in front of me. I'm a disaster. If I let her measure my waist, I'm going to fall apart at this point. I have to go. My feet begin to lead me away from this house. I don't care where, I just need a place where I can't see Reese again or something like that. Game over. And now... Four to 5. 4. Okay. Hi, Deadlock. Hey. You have. Welcome. We're doing endings. It's fine though. You could watch Reese's like bonus things because that's what I'm gonna do after getting all the endings. We're currently on the neutral ending, so it's neither good nor bad. And it's mostly this. It's mostly just staring at the screen, skipping through. Oh, did I pause? I did not. Alright. Yeah, skipping being an option is like, we were talking about that since there's another game I plan on playing on stream soon, that there is no option to skip through the text part of the game. So my plan is to just do the good endings of that game, because I do not think I could handle having to go through the texts and wait for the game to be like, next one. So very grateful, and why I'm okay with getting all the endings is due to the skipping option. It does. It's why I tend to not get a lot of endings in certain things when it's like, oh, if there's no skip button. It makes it way too much. How about a dance stand for everyone? I'm scared, but this is Reese we're talking about. And then we need to do... I don't know, I'm still tired for my last dance. Are you? That's a shame. I won't force you then. She looks towards the floor and twiddles her thumb. Well, now I feel bad, but I'd rather avoid a dance like last time. Everyone is gathering. And now, we get to giving her the key. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I hold up my hands and Morgana drops the key into them. I can go home and see my sisters. Yeah, you can go back home. All you have to do now is put the key in the transfer room door and it should take you home. Please take Reese with you. Da-da-da. Even with traveling the first night, we seem to find it without trouble. There it is. I can't believe this is already happening. I'm so excited. Alice, you've done this girl bad. And like, even the good route, you did this girl dirty. Which is why, like, getting all the bad endings is just like, honestly, Reese, you're dodging a bullet. Thank you for keeping me company this whole time. Of course. Suddenly, she embraces me tightly and I hear sobs. Reese, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just glad you get to see your family again. Just don't forget about me, okay? I don't think I could if I tried. After patting Reese on the back a few times, she releases me from her hug. I turn around to unlock the door. Once I turn the key, the door in front of me opens. Goodbye, Reese. Goodbye, Alice. I slam the door and get whisked away before I end up in the street. Sister's like, hey, what's up? Alice, we were worried. Are you okay? Good, because we need to finish grocery shopping and figure out who's making dinner. I get to hear, it's good to be home. Hey, how is there stock of tea at home? Tea? We're running low. Why? Don't tell me. When did you start liking tea? I just thought I liked to drink it more frequently. I'm glad you finally joined my side. Yeah, I've just been craving it recently. Edith sticks her tongue out and gives me a disgusted look. That and I want something to remember her by. And now, the actual other good ending. Which is how many? 6. Okay. Sounds like fun. So that's 6. Would you want to be in a situation like that? Going on a fantastic fever trip adventure, but it turns out that nobody opened a dream and nobody believes it happened. I feel like the thing is, I've already put myself in a situation like that. Like, not in the sense I've actually, like, visited a different world or anything, but I have such an overactive imagination that dreams can feel very much like reality. Like, one thing that my mom tried to tell me once was like, oh yeah, I read that if you can picture people's faces in dreams, like can see their eye colors and their facial features, that it's because they're a ghost. And I was like, Mom, I see that in all my dreams. Like, everyone's got their unique features in all my dreams. And my mom was like, what? I was like, yeah. Did you not realize this? I'm the type of person where I will wake up and crawl into myself because I had a dream someone stabbed me and I can still feel that phantom pain. It's hard to focus on dream details. Exactly, and usually that's the case. Usually dream details are hard to bring up, and usually in the dream itself everything is a little hazy. Not for me. Everything is very clear. And that means when I have nightmares, like getting stabbed, it makes it very much more terrifying. And I don't know why. It's just my imagination being my imagination and being able to picture things good and well. It's like the picture an apple in your mind thing. There are some people that can't picture an apple at all, and there's some people like me who can picture the whole damn apple tree and the leaves and several different apples. Have you tried VR? Phantom Touch. I have not tried VR, but I'm sure I would get Phantom Touch. I can't do VR because not on my model, as you can see, but I IRL wear glasses. So VR is a bit difficult. But I would, and also money. VR is also expensive. It does? I didn't know that. But it's why I, like, haven't, like, looked into costs or anything. Because I've just been like, well, if it doesn't fit over my glasses, I'm kind of screwed here. You know? But if it does, that's really cool. And I'd love to try VR. Love to play it. Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. I'm writing it down. But I do have, like, I remember my first experience with VR. It's a thing. Yep, that's good to know. Was at a. Oh, my pen died. I play too much makes me tired. That makes sense. That makes sense. But I was at a it was like not a convention, but like market of sorts. They had a VR setup, and they had the thing where you're like walking on a plank really high in the sky, and they had a TV to show whatever the like VR person was seeing type of thing. And yeah, I didn't do it. See, it's not because I don't think it's cool or that I didn't want to do it. I have a I am terrified of heights. I am terrified of falling, more specifically. So being on a small plank really high in the sky, even if it's VR, was not going to sit well. Acrophobia, is that what? Yes. Yeah. It's really bad. Like, when I say like, oh yeah, I'm scared of heights, people assume like, oh, like roller coasters and carnival wheels, and it's like, no, the second floor of the mall. Not a joke. I cannot walk near the ledge where the rails are in malls because the height will make me freeze up. No. I'm not scared of standing on a chair. That is a comfortable height. But the second floor of a mall is the highest I will be. And obviously I can be higher up if I can't see the outside. You know, if I have a far enough distance. Because it, like I said, it's not really the being up that's scary. It's the idea of falling that's terrifying. Surely I blame my father. Not really, but I just remember that the fear started happening after we had gone to a presentation about earthquakes and what earthquakes can do, and they had a moving floor. And so the floor moved, and it really scared me because I was a baby. I was very tiny. And after, we were heading up an escalator to go meet up with the rest of the family, and my dad had the bright idea to shake me while I was on the escalator because he thought it was funny. And kind of after that, I started to be a lot more terrified of how high up I was. So I think my brain, like, it started as, oh, I'm scared of an earthquake coming out of nowhere, to just an ingrained fear of being higher up. Yeah, something like that is I just think I just never, I don't know, grew out of it, or I don't know how to explain, like, not being able to move on from it. But yeah, it's like that. There's also, it doesn't help that my stepmother told me a story of like, yeah, an escalator, this woman was going down and the step fell out from underneath her and she fell. It's a reasonable fear. Phobias being convenient like that. Yeah, they do. Especially with the like VR thing, because like VR is so cool. And I just like, the demonstration is just like, I can't do it. So I can't tell if I'd like it or not because the demonstration is terrifying. And that's kind of the point. Like, the point is like to marvel at like, oh wow, this thing, but I'm completely safe. But like, they wanted you to like walk over to like the building or something like that, like walk a bit, right? I would not have been able to walk. I would have just been curled up on the plank, terrified. But other like obviously I don't not all VR is like that. They told someone to know that, and I know that, but the corresponding to my blood doesn't know that, right? Yeah, it's that. It is. I'm like, I know that it's not real. That does not change the fact my body believes it's real. My blood is like, oh hell no. Out. But yeah, obviously other VR games are like, look super cool and interesting. Squirtle. Anyway, I should probably get back to this. I'm too tired. As long as you promise that, then a dance doesn't sound that bad. She gently takes a hold of my hand. Let's dance then, shall we? And I can skip. Thank you, Your Majesty. And this is the final good ending. I can go home and see my sisters again, but I don't want to leave. Are you sure? Isn't this what you've been waiting for? It used to be what I wanted, but my perspective has changed. Plus, in the real world, I could never be myself. Here in Wonderland, I don't have to hide who I truly am. Besides, I don't want to leave Reese behind. Honestly, if I got transported to another world and they're like, yeah, you can be whoever you want, like nobody's gonna judge you for it, I might just stay, man. I might not leave. Be like, but you're family. Family, being able to be myself. Oh no. Like, it really depends. Is this like a case of, oh, just the people around me will support me? Which I might take as well. But like, the entire world is just okay with what I say? That I am? Yeah, I might stay. You know, there you go. If I ever disappear, just and nobody knows. Yeah, you know, Sky and the Three Nymphs, they were a VTuber for a while. In a world that works, right? But if somebody were to be like, yeah, Sky and the Three Nymphs, they were rather where we fit. Yes, for sure. Who's that? They don't exist. I've never heard of Sky and Three Nymphs, and go look it up and it's just gone. Just know that I probably chose to stay in the magical world. I feel like my first question arriving to a magical world would be like, okay, are we fantasy magic? Or magic but humans? I need to know. It's important for my research. What research? The one I'm doing on this magical world now. Besides, I don't want to leave Reese behind. I don't know if I'd actually stay for someone, given I'm aromantic. You know, it'd be like, oh, that would depend too. If like, I go to the mysterious world, they're like, okay, we'll accept you no matter who you are, but there's a condition. There's a condition. You have to fall in love with someone. Alright, well, I'm dead. Hello, real world. Welcome back. What happened? They had me try and fall in love with someone. Oh, well, that would explain it. Oh, the problems. Because he reads a lot of visual novels are like that, of like, or isekai genres. You stay there. It depends on the country. Honestly, depends on the country. Because there are some countries that would kill me upon arrival. So, avoid those. But like Greenland? Hell yeah, I would stay. I could deal with the whatever weather. Exactly, depends on the magical world. What is going on in the magical world? What, like, do I have conditions? Am I allowed to just exist and be free? Am I not? You know? Am I, like, isekai'd and in another person's body? Cause, like, I'm chill if I'm in another person's body. I just, like, question if, am I gonna lose this body? Cause I would like to change it. Type of thing. It all depends. I don't even remember the name of it though, but I remember reading an isekai manga, and it was the girl, you know, she's in the new body, but it wasn't your typical protagonist, right? It wasn't like, oh, I was an office worker and then I died from overworking, or I was hit by a truck. No, it was an old woman who died. She got put into this, like, very young girl's body. And she was like, well, fuck this shit. It was very funny. And I do not remember the name of it for the life of me. But I just remember just being like, I'm a young woman now, right? Well, at least my body, whoever this person is. He's a hot boy. It's a perfect match. It was very, very funny. I was like, that did not go where I thought it was gonna go. I like reading some isekai mangas. Like, some are good. Old man, old woman, got their bodies. He switched with old people. Huh. Interesting. Spicy food. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, there's so many interesting plot twist things you could do on those, like twists with isekai things. Like Freaky Friday things. I like some isekai things. I don't like others. I read one recently where it was, like, decent enough that I liked it, and I liked the main conflict that it resolute to, but I was a little annoyed because there was a whole plot point in there that they just kind of forgot about. It was like, oh yeah, by the way, there's this demon, and it's, like, coming after you, and they're like, demon? What demon? Like, it was gone. Yeah, they forgot about it, and I was like, well, I mean, the conflict at the end made it worth it, but it was just funny to completely, like, fly over one of the plot points. I was like, well, goddamn. It was really good, though. I actually did like it, because it did switch the isekai, because they got, they had the bus story of the bus crashed. However, it did switch of, like, one of the girls made a pact or a deal with the dragon, not for her to live, but for her friend to live. And so the friend was determined. One of these days conclude the storyline a couple times before the season ends. Be happier. It's better. But yeah, they the friend in the new body was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do everything I can to make this world better. But the other friend, who had also fallen into the world, became a soldier and destroyed any progress that the first friend was making. And I think I'd like dragon and princess. It's a better way to describe them. I guess she technically becomes the queen. But the queen was like, well, I need a way to destroy the soldier so I can keep my promise to the girl that made the pact with the dragon. Because what the pact was essentially, can you save my friend? Because she deserves the world. Because she could change the world. And so the queen was determined to to change it, to make it better, right? And so the queen, you know, starts on her mission of changing things. And then there's a soldier that comes through and destroys everything. And she's like pissed off about this soldier that she's like, okay. And she starts to lose her mind over it. Which leads to a torment of a favorite character. And our beloved love interest, who is now tormented, goes to the soldier and is like, please marry me. So that one, you can go stop what my kingdom is doing. But also, because it's a fuck you to the queen if I marry you. And the soldier's like, sure. And the soldier is the woman, the kid that made the pact with the dragon. The thing is, neither of them knew this. And so as they got closer to the reveal of the queen, as the queen makes her will and everything, the queen sort of takes the soldier to the side and is like, do you even remember who I am? And it's revealed that the queen had slowly figured it out when the soldier had no backstory. When the soldier hadn't been seen anywhere else and had the power of the dragon, the queen was like, wait a minute, that's suspicious as hell. And she was like, why would you destroy everything I tried? I did this to make you happy. I don't understand why you'd destroy it. And the dragon was like, I did that? I didn't remember that. And so it ended with both of them resolving. And, oh yeah. And the dragon ends up making, well, not making, but it ends up figuring out, because one of the plot points was that their heart was missing, which made the soldier / dragon able to be a soldier with no hesitation. But it wasn't true. They did have a heart. Their heart was the dragon's heart, because the dragon was like, you're gonna fucking die. So I will give you my heart so you may live. And so with the realization of, oh, I have the dragon's heart, then I also have the dragon's full power. The dragon sends the queen back to their sends the queen back to their original realm to live. And she fully tells the queen, like, hey, you might not survive. You will be in a ton of pain because we were in a bus crash. But if you live, be happy. And live happily. Like, live for yourself. And the queen ends up living in the other world. While the dragon stayed. Tried to fix all the mess that she had made. And it ended very sweetly. She ended up marrying the love interest. It was very nice. We also got some context for some earlier scenes. It was nice. It was campy, in a way, but still interesting enough that it worked. But again, there was an entire plot point with, like, a side thing that was completely forgotten. Like, about the nobles and things. He was like, oh yeah, there's this girl who really wants to marry the love interest. So much that she'd go as far as to use black magic. That's completely forgotten. It's like, what happened to her? No idea. We have no idea. She's just forgotten. I was like, well, damn. They said we have better things to do. Well, in that case, I will keep the key. It's none of my business where you stay or leave Wonderland. It's really confusing a lot of time. It is. Which is, like, they kind of explained it with the dragon and the queen, is the queen wanted to return to Earth because the queen actually had a life. Like, she had other friends, she had her family, her little brother. The dragon didn't. she had no one. She was an orphan who simply, like, sole person was the queen. So that's the, like, why the queen's motivation was to go back to Earth. And the dragon ended up staying, which I liked. But yeah, some of them are just like, oh, I really want to go back to Earth. And just don't tell us why. Or give us the most, like, half-hearted reasoning, you know? There was one. She doesn't return at all. She gets used to her new life. But she does actually get to see the other person. Gets to see her body. Because their souls were swapped. And she and the original owner, like, first interaction is the original owner, and essentially our protagonist's real body is just like, please don't make me go back. I don't want to go back. I'm happy here. I'm praised here. I found my purpose here. And the protagonist is like, well, I don't actually have a way for you to come back, so I'm kind of glad about that. I was worried I stole your life. No, you saved me, if anything. Oh, you saved me. And they weren't able to talk. Yeah. Yeah, really though. They were only able to talk that one point because, like, they were using, like, some very very illegal magic to do this, and, like, it took years for them to be able to just talk to her once. So they made a promise of, well, just live how you want type of thing, and I wish all the best for you on both of them. And the protagonist could finally, like, put that to rest and feel okay with being, yeah, it was closure. Yeah, it was very much both of them got closure, which was very nice, very nice. I was shocked by it because that was the first one I had ever seen actually give closure about whatever happened to the original protagonist, you know? Like, the original person that was in the body. A lot of the times they're just like, oh, they died. They're gone. Or, you live in them now. So, it was nice to have closure of that. Because we also don't ever get to know what happened to the original, the protagonist's original body either. So, the closure was very nice. Keep the key to Wonderland. After all, it's none of my business to stay in the Wonderland. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Morgana walks away. I'm surprised you didn't want to go back to your family. Me too, but I don't know if I want to leave you behind. Aw, come here, darling. You're getting much better. You think? I haven't been poking my fingers as much recently, I guess. Not only that, but look how well you're doing. I looked down at the piece of fabric in my hands. Aw, it's a little heart. All I did was sew on a patch. Yes, but you're doing amazing. She kisses me on the cheek and I can't help but blush. By the way, your outfit ideas are selling super well. It's nice to have another person to bounce ideas for the store. Really? That's good to hear. I didn't know if my ideas were that good. Everything you do is good, darling. Stop teasing me. It's the truth. She leans in closer to me and our lips meet in a kiss. I love you so much, you know. Of course, you tell me every day. Well, I just want to make sure you know that I still love you and that I'll never stop loving you. I know. It's very sweet. This is better than the main ending. Damn. That sounds lovely. I love you too, Reese. Nope, okay. And now, the bonus scenes. All of Reese's. A mad tea party. Oh dear, oh dear. Excuse me. I push my way past Lulu in the doorway. Bring it on. Yep. Whoa, careful, Reese. What are you running for? We're running out of time. I've got to hurry. Really, there's no rush. My cakes are still baking in the oven. Don't run yourself ragged. Besides, when have we ever set a time for our tea parties? You're right. I know I don't need to rush, but I can't find the tea set I wanted to use today. You know, the one. I do? Yes, I was talking about it yesterday, remember? The big set with the flowers on the sides? I fling open the cupboards and stick my hand inside. I know they're around here somewhere. You want to use that set? It's huge! What do we need that many cups for? Are we expecting company? Yes! Yes! No? Maybe? I don't know. Aha! Using both my arms, I reach towards the back of the cupboard and grab an ornate teapot. I think I found it. Hold up, explain something. You said we're having company today. What do you mean? Wendy came by today and bought that dress I was working on. The blue one? I thought you were still working on it. Wait, does that mean Wendy is coming over today? I just finished last night, but no, Wendy is always too busy to visit. But there has to be a reason she bought that dress. I just want to make sure we're prepared to receive a guest just in case something happens. Okay, but don't run around the house, please. You might shatter the tea set. Oh, don't worry, I'll be careful. The tricky tape. Yawn. I watch as Alice fumbles with the ribbons of her apron. After a moment, she fully unties everything and begins to look around my room. Where do you want me to put this? Oh, you can throw it on the bed. I'd honestly be fine with anywhere. I just want to get to the measuring. After sheepishly placing the apron down, Alice takes her time to smooth out the material. That's so sweet. She's taking good care of my work. However, I cannot wait another second. Great, now stand in front of me so we can start. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Yes, ma'am. Let's see, what measurements do I still need again? Arms, neck, waist. Should probably get some leg measurements too, just in case. Maybe I should do those first. So, leg? Yes, pick your favorite. Though it doesn't matter either way. I slide off my stool and settle into the kneeling position in front of Alice. So which leg? Oh, left? Good choice. I unravel the measuring tape slightly and hold the end in my fingers. Carefully, I place the top. Her favorite leg. Yeah. I don't have a favorite leg. I like both my legs. Do people have favorite legs? I don't know. That's what I'm questioning. Do people have favorite arms? Like hands? Like what? Ah, yes. I'm just imagining an interview. Yes. So, Mr. Johnson, we need to know, what is your favorite leg? What's the right, of course. Is there any reason one would pick the left leg? Like what? You kind of need both. I don't see how one could be superior. Oh, carefully I place the top halfway down her outer thigh. Every time I think I found the right spot, Alice's leg flinches and I lose my spot. From above me, I hear Alice speak in a small voice. Do you need to measure up that high? Yes. Of course. How else am I supposed to know how long your legs are? You have a good point. Sorry, I'll try to stop moving. It's just that it tickles a bit. I understand. That's why I'm trying to move quickly. Once more, I tried to find a good place for the top of the tape to go. Oh my, the inseam? Yes, that's what she's measuring, which is why Alice is so flustered. However, Reese is confused because Reese is very work-oriented. Yeah. Reese is very work-oriented, so Alice being so flustered and being like, oh my god, she's so close to me is confusing to Reese, because Reese is just like, I need to take these measurements. It's business, very official. Exactly. Reese is like, I'm just being professional here. But Alice is like, person close. Oh my god. This time, when I find the spot I want, I hold it down firmly with my thumb, wrapping my whole hand around Alice's thigh. Woo! I hear a yelp from her, but I preserve, letting the rest of the tape fall to the floor. Before I lose my spot again, I make a mental note of the number closest to the heel of her foot. You know, I don't know if I'm quite comfortable with this, Reese. I just need 2 more measurements of your thighs. Or, not of your thighs. Sorry, my bad. Of your leg. Are you sure you can't hold out till I get them? I lift my head back. Lift my head up to look at Alice. Her face is completely red. She looks away when my gaze meets hers. No. Okay, I won't force you to do anything you don't want. Guess I'll have to guess the measurements for around her thigh and calf. My eyes fall to my hand. I got a good hold of her leg a moment ago. I might be able to guess from that. Like I said, Reese is very in a professional mindset currently. But Alice is not. To be fair, I don't blame Alice. I'd probably react the same. Not because I like the person, but just because, like, oh my god, person touching. Ah! Ah! Wanting to move on, I get back up from my kneeling position and plop myself back down on my stool. Well, but I gotta move on. Drowning in work. I lay the next piece of fabric down on my table and begin to pin my pattern to it. This fabric is very pretty. I hope my commissioners like it. I am brought out of my thoughts when I hear a knock on my door. Reese, dinner is ready. Save me some leftovers. Just put them in the refrigerator like you have been doing lately. Again? Just don't work too hard, okay? I hear the sound of Lulu's fading footsteps. Okay, time to get back to work. Where's the other piece of fabric? I began to search through my fabric chest. Nope. Close, but that's not it. Suddenly my hand touches a familiar blue fabric. That's right. I forgot I had some leftover fabric from this dress. I bring it. Oh no, this is one of the endings where Alice left. I bring it up the fabric and cradle. Oh my god, what is this sentence? I think it's supposed to be I bring the fabric up to my chest and cradle it against, or I bring the fabric up and cradle it against my chest, but that is not what it says. How dare it? Yeah. I miss her so much. Reese, I'm sorry. Alice is a dumbass. I feel a tear slide down my cheek. Well, good ending bonus scene now. I look behind me to see Lulu, Skylar, and someone new. Wait, isn't that the dress that Wendy bought from me? Yeah, poor Reese, man. Alice didn't even leave with a goodbye. Alice was just like, see ya. I get to see my family again. I take a moment to look over the girl. She looks so cute in it. Welcome to the garden. Yep. Oh, I just have to say hello to her. I stand up from my seat at the table. Oh, is that someone new I see? Not even here for 10 seconds and it looks like you've already been spotted. Here comes Reese. I run over to the 3 of them excitedly. Oh my, oh my, oh my, who is this? The girl takes a step back looking startled. This is Alice. She's here for... Wait, don't tell me. I can tell by the dress you're wearing. Are you looking for Wendy? Alice looks at me shocked and confused. She's just so cute. Yeah, actually. How did you know? Because I'm the one who made the clothes you're wearing. You look so lovely in it too. Oh, wow, really? They're quite lovely. Of course I know. I only strive to make the best. I began to tell her all about the dress. Blue really brings out your eyes, by the way. God damn. Not even 10 seconds already flirting with her, Reese. Unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunately, Wendy just returned to the castle. How terribly inconvenient. Oh, my bad. I was not supposed to be sarcastic. How terribly inconvenient. And where would this castle be? Oh, it's just a little ways from here. But you couldn't possibly be thinking about going by yourself. Our Princess of Hearts won't just let anyone walk right in. I should come with you. I have authorities. I have authorities. I don't know why that's funny to me. I don't know. It's just the image of, like, somebody going into a place like, I don't know, Walmart, okay? Like, imagine someone going into a Walmart and being like, let me speak with your manager. I have authorities. It's just hilarious. Ma'am, explain what you mean. I don't know, it's just very funny. Morgana doesn't stand guard at the gate, so she should be able to get in. Oh, hi. I is important. Let me write something down, hold on. I am losing my voice. Not really, but I could feel like my throat getting dry. Oh my god. I made myself panic there for a moment. I was drinking a little bit of my Fanta, and then I felt something fall on my thigh, and I was like, ain't no way I just spilled my drink, right? Nope, it was my blanket. It just happened to fall on my shoulder, but made me panic because I was like, no! If there's one thing I try to be on top of, it's not spilling anything near my set. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, no, 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 no. I have too much technology. I have my phone, I have 2 headphones, I got the mic, I have my entire computer and my mouse. A drink being spilled on my desk. I might actually cry if that happened, okay? The best part is my drink isn't even on my desk. I am putting it on the set of drawers next to my desk to purposely prevent such a thing from happening. Yeah. Wendy should be working right now, so they won't be able to talk if Alice isn't allowed in. Why wouldn't they let her in? Because they won't. I said so. Oh, I suppose you're right. I just really wanted to go over to the palace with you. It would be a fun chance to talk. I'd love to get to know you better. And ask you all sorts of questions about the dress. Ever the professional. I guess you could still come with me if you want. Before I can agree, my mind goes back to the half-set table behind me. Oh yeah, tea party. I wish I could, but I have work to finish. Another time, perhaps. Well, I'll be going then. Thank you all for your help. Farewell. It was a pleasure to meet you. Feel free to come back anytime. You could join our tea party. I'll keep that in mind. I watch as she makes her way out of the gate and back into the forest. Come back soon, Alice. And then she did, and then they fell in love. And I don't know how, because Reese, you deserved so much better. Because I believe, like, her bonus scene is her bonus scene is so short. And it makes me so sad. So who do we have left? We have V, Catherine, and Morgana. I'm tired. So I'd love to do all of them because I have to do Catherine and then V and then Morgana. There's only 3, so I can do that tomorrow because I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday because I didn't stream last week. Yeah, so we're getting mostly the entire week. I did debate whether I was going to stream Monday as well, because I was like, hope I get to watch again. Hope you can, yeah. I am debating, like, whether I should start streaming, like, scheduling-wise on Wednesdays, because that would be nice to do, instead of just sticking to Thursdays and Fridays. So, that's just in the schedule. But tomorrow, I'll do Alice Reverie. And then, yeah, that's it. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a wonderful time. And, bye-bye.